Hi everybody, I am Cynthia Demas.
And I am Jackson McAlilly.
It's shaping up to seem to be a beautiful day. What do you think? We're going to get some racing in today?
I think it is. I think this wind is here. It's here to stay. It's going to get better and better as the day goes on.
And we're happy you're here joining us. We got a little bit of a late start, but here we go. We're coming to you live from the Orange Bowl Regatta. Right here in the middle of Biscayne Bay, everybody. Look at this. You can see our setup. We are here on the media boat down in the center. And what's surrounding us, Jackson?
So right here, smack in the middle of the red, white, and blue Optimus course. You can see right off our bow, we have the race committee boat. They're currently up on the deck getting everything sorted. And it seems that once this wind is stable and ready to go, they're going to get a course drop down and we'll be ready to get some racing in.
And what's on our perimeter here?
So now we have all the boats here. They're now actually for the first time all week out and warming up ready for racing because there's some wind. So they're all doing what we call rabbit starts, which is a way to simulate a start line before the actual racing starts. So they're going upwind, they got their coaches giving them feedback, and they're just starting to get dialed in for the day.
And we saw something pretty promising, right? When we saw the warming up, we said, hey, it looks like this is going to happen.
We did. I think the biggest telltale is that this morning that lane westerly was really not that strong, which meant that the wind was already starting to shift, and the forecast looked a lot more promising, and sure enough, it was right.
Amazing. So feeling pretty good. We're, about a couple hours behind schedule, but that's okay. We're not complaining.
Not at all. And we're lucky today because there's no cutoff time. So they can enjoy the wind as much as they want today.
So how late will they go if there's no cutoff?
I think a rule of thumb is usually sundown. You try and not go beyond that. And because also the days can be exhausting and it's important to make sure that everyone is still, hydrated and safe in the water. But I expect a long day today. Okay,
so our drone shot is showing some warming up here and gosh, a beautiful backdrop. Look at that skyline.
I know, it's incredible. It's really great to just look over and see that on the day in the race course.
So how do we know when it starts? What are the cues? And then, by the way, we're going to go back to the Sailing 101 because I had a lot of parents say, hey, I liked when you did that. You brought it back to the basics. So we're going to do that in a second. But what are we waiting for now? We're waiting for a horn, two horns? What's going on?
So the race committee is waiting for the wind to fully get settled in. If we look around the bay, you can still see those light streaks of lighter water. That's where the wind really hasn't fully filled in yet. Once those all go away, we can see people waving at us there. That's when the race committee will think that the wind is good enough to sail. They will drop the course. And then once the course is set, ready to go, we will hear one horn, which is when the AP flag, standing for postponement, will come down, signaling we're ready to go.
Okay, so and then what? The kids get on the line, or?
So that will usually come a minute before the actual race sequence begins. So then the first fleet will queue up, ready to start, and then we'll hear another horn, which is when the signal flag will go up, signaling 5 minutes to start.
Okay, very exciting. And then do we know what's going on the other courses? We're here out at red, white, and blue, but have we had word on the other ones?
So we have not been there ourselves yet, but if the wind is here, it is definitely upwind of us. So I will tell you with good confidence that the lasers now have wind as well, and they're also in the same sequence of getting ready to go.
And I think this will be the first race for red, white, and blue, right?
It will be. It will be. And they've tried a few times, but it has not been able to happen so far.
Okay, well that's exciting. So we're getting here and we're getting ready to go. So what's going on now? You've sailed. Okay, let's do what I promised. Let's do a little backup here. Let's do a little Sailing 101 for the parents and the grandparents and the friends and the family who were not with us yesterday. Let's break it down. Okay, we're talking TUUCI, Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta, the largest youth regatta in all of the U.S. and second largest in the world, right behind Lake Garda. So what does it entail? What are the categories and what do they mean?
So again, yes, we have 4 fleets on the bay. We have first the Opti Green Fleet, which is the very beginner, younger sailors learning to love the sport. It's not the most competitive fleet, but it's definitely the first step everyone takes. I did it myself when I was 8 years old, a long time ago. Then stepping up, we have the Optimus Red, White, and Blue Fleet, which is where we are right now on this course. These are still younger sailors, under the age of 15, but it is a slightly more advanced level and more competitive as well. And the Red, White, and Blue Fleet stands for different age groups within the fleet. So if you're in White Fleet, you're under the age of 10. If you're in Blue Fleet, you're age 11 and 12. And if you're in Red Fleet, you're between the age of 13 and 15. Oh. And while it doesn't affect the scoring, we will give out awards for people within each age group at the awards ceremony. So it's nice to kind of see where you stack up against your direct peers.
Okay, so that's Green Fleet.
That was Red, White, and Blue.
Red, White, and Blue.
Then above that, now we have the 2 high school classes, or the older classes. The first being the Lasers, more formally known as the ILCA dinghy. There's the ILCA 4, the ILCA 6 and the ILCA 7, which is the same boat but different sail sizes. So it's designed for people who are of different sizes. People who sail lasers will usually go right into the 4 out of Optis because it's the closest boat to the Opti, and then they will size up as they get older, as they grow. And that is a one-person boat as well. And then I'd say the most different of the classes is the last one, which is the 420. The C420 standing for the Club 420, and it is a 2-person boat. It is probably the most technical boat of the race course out here, and it has a spinnaker, a trapeze wire, a jib, and a main. So it's a more technical boat, and those are also people in high school who are a little bit more advanced.
Sounds like fun.
It's great.
And you sail in college now. You sail at the University of Pennsylvania. Go Quakers. And tell me what that's like.
So it's honestly a very different sport than club sailing is. We sail 420s, but they're a very different type of 420. They're far more dumbed down. The idea is to make it very accessible for new sailors who are brand new to the sport. So there was no spinnaker, there's no trapeze wire, and a lot of the controls are simplified so that anyone can hop in the boat, and with a few days of practice, they can get the hang of it. Oh. But what is different is that here we're out here on Biscayne Bay, big open course racing. When the wind fills in, it'll be quite steady from one direction. In college sailing, it's quite the opposite. We sail in small bodies of water, whether it's rivers, lakes, ponds, little harbors, you name it, because the idea is that you're close to shore so that people can spectate easier.
Okay, and last night was college night, right, where all the juniors and seniors were able to come out and speak to different colleges. There was a great event put on by Catherine Block and Iris Kalaya. They were the moms who helped organize it, so good job, guys. And I heard it was fantastic, and you were there, and you were representing University of Pennsylvania. There were about 29 other schools. Tell me about last night.
It was great. I mean, I really love it. I remember the time that I went as a prospective student in high school, and I learned a lot, and it really made my process a lot more transparent, and it was really helpful for me, and I want to make sure that I can pass on that same advice to the next generation. But it was great. I mean, I think we had over 60 names come by our table specifically. Wow. I saw people doing their rounds. It was really great. Had some great conversations. Looking forward to staying in touch with those folks.
And I know the kids are excited to talk to the schools, but the schools are excited to talk to the kids.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as much as people want to come to whatever school, we want them there as well. I mean, we have the same goal of building a team, one that's going to be competitive and also a great community. So it's a great important step to meet people beyond just a score sheet, but also who they are as a person. And have some good conversations.
Right. So right now we're kind of in a holding pattern just to catch everybody up. We came out here, we're trying to make sure that the wind is going to be strong enough for the sailing and the racing to begin. So what is strong enough? What are the conditions we're waiting for right now, Jackson?
So it really varies. One thing that's good for us is that if we recall yesterday, there is a lot of chop on the course, meaning a lot of waves and wake, because it was a Sunday, people were out on their boats enjoying the nice day. Now today's a Monday, which means that people are back at work, so there's less boats in the bay, meaning that it's a lot flatter and it'll be easier for us to get some races off. So I'd expect that the race committee is looking for around 5 knots to get a race off, which will be enough to combat the current chop in the course, but also have some fair racing.
Okay, and today is day 3, tomorrow is day 4, which is the final day, and today you think we'll go long?
I think we will. Obviously, it's been disappointing to see the lack of wind so far. It's out of anyone's control, but we make the best of it. So I think today we're going to see a nice long day, getting in some good racing. We have the hope that tomorrow is good racing. The forecast looks really nice. However, the one obstacle is that tomorrow we have a cutoff time in the afternoon, so we cannot go that late tomorrow, meaning that we're on more pressure today and can probably expect an early launch tomorrow.
So why a cutoff time tomorrow?
Look, people travel from around the country, around the world to be here. There's also a closing ceremony, and we want to make sure that everything can run smoothly and people have time to travel back to wherever they're from and be home in time for New Year's.
Okay, so what are we looking at here? Is there some kids warming up, or what's happening?
So we can see, my guess now, if I remember when I was in their shoes, they probably just did their warm-up. They can see the wind, and they're now talking, comparing about what they're seeing on the course, comparing perspectives. We have some sailors from Bermuda here, Bermuda 54, Bermuda 89, Bermuda 79, Bermuda 90, and that last one, it's hard to see from this angle, we have Bermuda 58. So it looks like Team Bermuda is getting all dialed in and probably comparing their findings and making sure they're all on the same page.
Yeah, and you were mentioning Bermuda. We have kids here from really all over the world.
I know.
I mean, it's amazing. It's
really amazing. I mean, they call it the International Regatta for a reason. It's truly international. I've been to events where they call it International Regatta, and it's everyone from the same county in Florida. But I think Orangeville does a good job of really marketing it across the world and bringing everyone here to one place.
Okay, snap that photo there. Let's put it on a postcard.
Yeah.
Right? It's
beautiful.
gorgeous.
It's
Beautiful shot. We showed you at the beginning the wide shot of our media boat. So what's fun for us is we're in the middle of it all here. We have the best team ever here together. I've been doing this together for about 4 years now. Big thank you also to the Fox family for hosting us on their boat here, Honey Badger, and our awesome Captain Christian, and our amazing crew who's out here. So thank you so much. We do have a lot of fun. We're the lucky ones, right? Okay, so we're waiting for that horn.
We are. I mean, we don't have an exact timeline. When you're on the water, there's no limit to how long the flag can be up. It has to be a minimum of a minute, but they can bring it down whenever they deem it's best.
What do you mean? I don't understand that.
So when you're on land, so whenever we postpone the racing,
yes,
we want to give people adequate time to be ready whenever we decide to go.
Okay.
So when you're on land, if you choose to postpone the racing, you have to go in intervals of an hour.
Okay.
At least 1 hour, so that people have time to regroup and they don't come back on land, kind of get disorganized, and then on a moment's notice need to be ready.
Okay.
We find it unfair to the sailors. However, once we're on the water and we're gearing up for racing, the postponement can be up it has to be up for at least 1 minute, but after that it can come down whenever.
Okay.
But then that means though that there will be a minimum of 1 minute before the next horn. So that way people have enough warning to get ready for the racing. But a general rule of thumb is that when you're in this holding pattern and you see the wind here, you want to stay by the committee boat ready to go because the racing could happen in a moment's notice.
Okay. And who makes the call? Like, who's in charge of all this?
So it's the PRO, which is the principal race officer, and they are on the boat. We can see them standing on the front of that big sports fisher there, probably holding up a wind meter, looking at the rest of the committee setting the course and making sure that, that you can see them right there on the front of that big sports fish. So they're making the call. They're the boss on the water today.
Okay. And as anxious as everybody is to get started, you don't want to start with no wind because then it's a flop.
Exactly. We want to get started, but we want to have fair racing because as a sailor, the only thing more frustrating than no racing is bad racing. So we're hoping to make it good racing if we can.
Okay, and we're going to get Jonathan, who's running our switcher here. He's going to queue up some interviews that we did with some sailors the other day to hear their perspective and their take on everything, some places they've sailed, things that they've enjoyed. So Jonathan, give me the thumbs up, and we're going to show people that little clip as we're continuing to wait for the race, and we have it queued up for you, so take a look at this.
Okay, and I am here with Audrey, right?
Yes.
So Audrey, where are you from?
I'm from Texas, but I moved here a year ago.
How do you like living in Miami compared to Texas?
I like it a lot.
Yeah. Is this your first Orange Bowl, or have you done a few so far?
I've done a few.
What do you think makes Orange Bowl such a great regatta? Why do you keep coming back for more?
The community, the club, very good, organized, good win.
Yeah, that's great. How do you like Miami so far, though? I mean, is sailing here a lot better than Texas, or you think Texas is better?
I love here. The water's beautiful. The wind's always good. Consistent shifts. It's really good.
How is Coach Amari as a coach?
He's good until he gets mad. When he gets mad, he gets really mad, but he's an amazing coach. I've learned a lot from him.
Yeah, I remember those moments as well.
Yeah,
and they're,
when you're over.
Yeah, exactly. Well, great meeting you, Audrey. Best of luck tomorrow, and hopefully see you around more.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
So I'm here with Morgan, right?
Mm-hmm.
So where are you from, Morgan?
I sail Coral Reef. I'm from Annapolis, Maryland.
From Annapolis. So what's it like being down here in the warm weather for the winter?
It's nice. It's nice, yeah.
Yeah. So is it your first Orange Bowl, or have you done a few so far?
I've done Orange Bowl back in Greenfleet a while ago, but my first one in 3 years, so excited.
Nice. What do you think is the biggest transition from going from Greenfleet to now red, white, and blue?
I think it's probably the fleet size. It's in the competition within the fleet. It's really once you get into the top 30 of the fleet, it gets really hard. You have to think more about it. So yeah.
Yeah. What's it like sailing here at Coral Reef with Coach Amari and the other coaches on the staff?
It's really nice to sail with them. It's a variety of coaches, so yeah.
Well, Morgan, best of luck throughout the regatta, and we'll see you around more.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're here with Mateo. Mateo, where are you from?
Brazil,
From Brazil. Where in Brazil?
São Paulo.
Sao Paulo. So what's it like sailing here in the U.S. compared to Brazil? What's the biggest difference?
No, I actually live here, but I'm actually from Brazil, but I live here in Miami, Key Biscayne.
Oh, nice. Totally cool. So is this one of your first Orange Bowls?
No, this is my second.
So what's it like coming back for the second year? What's the biggest difference?
I mean, last year I was in Greenfleet, but this year I'm in red, white, and blue. And last year I did pretty good. I got second in Orange.
Congrats, man. So what do you say is the biggest advice you'd give to people who are in Green Fleet now who want to move up to Red, White, and Blue in the near future?
Work hard and always keep chasing your dreams.
Great. And also, what got you into sailing? You know, it's a very, not everyone sails around the world, but it's really special for us. What makes it special for you?
What got me into sailing was I did a summer camp that I was just trying out just to see how sailing is, and it was pretty fun.
That's great. Well, Mateo, best of luck. Hopefully we'll see you up in second place again, this time Red, White, and Blue. So best of luck.
Thank you.
All right. So here we are with Matthias.
Matthias Urban,
So where are you from, Matthias?
Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, but I'm originally from Brazil.
So what was the move from Brazil to Miami to Geneva? You know, it's a very, very different weather up there.
Yeah, it's really cold up there, and I like it. I like the snow.
Have you got into ice boating at all?
Yeah, once with my dad. It's really fast.
Yeah, it looks pretty scary for me. But so you've done a lot of Orange Bowls now, right? How many Orange Bowls have you done so far?
3.
What's it like coming back for your third Orange Bowl?
It's fun. I really like this regatta. Hopefully the forecast changes. I don't really like how the wind's supposed to be this regatta.
What's your favorite type of wind?
10 to 15.
Yeah, I think that was one of my favorites too. What would you say is the biggest piece of advice you have for someone who is maybe in Green Fleet now and is looking to move up to the Red, White, and Blue?
They should really look at the older experienced sailors and see what they do to be up there top 10 in the fleet.
Yeah, totally. Well, thank you, Matthias, and
Yeah.
best of luck, and hopefully we'll see you around more.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we, Jackson?
So we're here in the chart room at Coral Reef. This is where all the sailors are getting registered for the event. So every sailor that comes to the event has come here, get all their information, sign all their waivers, and this is really the heart and soul of the event where everything operates out of.
And so you've done this many times. You've been a part of the Orange Bowl as a sailor. So what is this like? Is this where you kind of get all excited, feel the butterflies, or is this where okay, let's go, game on?
I think it's a bit of both. I think it's the moment where it becomes reality, where now you're actually competing, and it all really comes into one place. But no, I've done it as a sailor. I've been a volunteer. I've been an employee. I've been on every side of it, and it's always great to be back.
So what's going through everyone's mind in here now? I hope we have good wind. I hope we have good weather. Or what?
I mean, I think people always know that there'll be great regatta management. It's a great club, but yeah, the wind is always a question. The weather's always a question. The forecast looks great, so hopefully that holds. But I think we'll see a combination of nerves, but also excitement.
How much did this prepare you to just, become independent? I mean, I don't see any parents up here. It's all the kids registering themselves and, taking control.
No, I think it's helped a lot. I attribute that to more than just my sailing, but I think that being an athlete in general is very helpful. But also the nature of sailing is that you're on your own, not just on land, but when you're on the water, on a boat by yourself. I think those experiences are really formative, and I'm personally grateful for them that I've had.
All right, Registration 101 with Jackson. Hey, thanks for filling us in. We'd like to take you behind the scenes. Thanks, Jackson.
Of course, thank you. So we're now here back on the boat, and we are here with some parents now, changing it up, apart from sailors. So why don't you introduce yourselves and say what team you're with?
Yeah, I'm Ed Greco, and with CERT, with Michael Dowd from New Jersey.
I'm Ashley Mom, also with CERT from New Jersey.
Hi, I am Sarah. I have my 2 kids here with CERT, Mia and Noah Diab.
I'm Kevin Mall. I'm Ashley Mall's husband.
I like that.
And who's this?
Everett.
Everett. And are you a sailor, Everett?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
What do you sail?
Opti.
Oh, good job.
Everton the Opti. So tell us, what makes being a sailing parent so great? Being out here on the water, watching your kids, what's the best part about it?
What you see is what you get, right? You're out here in beautiful Miami, warm. It's very cold in New Jersey, bomb cyclones going off in the northeast, so being down here with no wind is better than being up there with a ton of wind, I guess, right?
Also, living vicariously through them, I have to admit.
Yeah, living vicariously through them is definitely better than sitting at home in the cold.
Now, were any of you sailors growing up? How did you get your kids into it? What really inspired them to start out?
I was a fisherman, so I got to be honest with you. Just getting them out in the water was my thing, but Ashley has more to say about that.
Yes, I started sailing when I was 7 out of Ocean Gate Yacht Club in New Jersey, and I started my kids also at 7, each of them sailing, and they got really into it, wanted to do some more racing, so we joined CERT doing their racing program, and that's how we got down here. This is our first time traveling to Florida for an international regatta.
So tell us more about CERT. What is that team? What makes it so great?
So that's, again, Michael Dowd, and it stands for Coastal Elite Racing Team. And Michael Dowd has been running it for about a decade, and I think before him it was Clay, who owns Coley Sales up in New Jersey. So yeah, we have a pretty good representation with Mike and team from, we got a gentleman, Fran, from Argentina, who's also coaching with Mike for this regatta, which is great. But yes, yeah, Mike runs that.
Mike's a great coach. Back in 2017, I did a regatta at Palamos in Spain, and Mike was my coach in Opties. So it's been a while, and he still looks the same and still doing the same thing. So he's still doing great.
Keeping young.
It's good to see him.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I want to ask about as well is that we talk a lot about with the sailors about how being on a boat makes them independent, makes them good leaders, to trust themselves. How have you seen that shape among your kids as they become sailors?
I think it's very important, as you mentioned, being able to just not only operate the boat, but keep the boat clean and keep everything together. As you know, when you come to a regatta, you have to bring all your tools, your extra parts, and your sail ties, and just having that discipline just on a daily basis whenever they're going out there just definitely helps with regular school or whatever you may see. I watch it every day. My daughter becomes more organized and understanding. And then obviously you got chemistry and physics out here with the wind and understanding the sailing component of it, which is also great for them. So it helps them with math and stuff like that in school.
So my last question will be, what do you think is some advice you'd give to maybe some parents who want to get their kids into sailing or are nervous about the travel aspect of it? What's the biggest advice you wish you had known ahead of time?
Make as much money as you can.
So true.
Just make as much money as you can and send your kids. That's it.
Sailing isn't cheap, but
It's not
definitely
cheap.
worth it.
Yeah.
Everyone is having a great time out here, and thank you guys for hosting.
Of course.
All of us.
I thank my parents every day for getting me into it. Everett, you want to say hi to anyone at home or say any word to the camera?
You want to say hi to your grandparents?
Hi, grandparents.
Everett says hi.
Everett said he can't wait to be out here next time.
Yeah, we'll find you here soon. We'll find you here soon.
He actually stole his sister's Opti and went for a spin. Yep.
Well, I'm sure we'll see Everett at the top of the score sheet pretty soon.
All right, Everett.
So thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
We're hoping to get some racing off here soon, and looks a lot more promising today.
I see a little breeze coming down.
I think we do. The sailor in me is hopeful. I was being hopeful for the camera yesterday, but today I'm truthfully hopeful.
Are you from down here?
I am. I grew up here in the Grove. I sailed at Coral Reef, sailed lasers at Key Biscayne, and I'm now sailing at the University of Pennsylvania on their college team. So, yeah, UPenn, go Quakers, go Quakers. So no, I did the math. I've been a part of this regatta for 12 years now, and keep coming back. So something about it keeps bringing me back. So it's good to be back.
Now tell us about TUUCI.
Well, so TUUCI it stands for the Ultimate Umbrella Company Incorporated. Okay. They make a lot of high quality umbrellas and also outdoor lawn furniture. You can see some of their examples of their furniture around the yacht club. But basically it's a high-end umbrella company. Their marketing is that they produce outdoor shade equipment. They give shade to people. And I will say that you use umbrellas a lot in Miami. You kind of take them for granted because it's just an umbrella, and you never realize how nice a high-quality umbrella is until you have one. And they're great. They're great. Check them out. Check them out on their website. You can find them. You can find them all over the club. But they really are a great product. So check them out.
You can find them all over.
TUUCI also has some sailors with them.
I believe they do. I believe they have a ILCA 6 team sailing over in that circle. It's a lot of local people around Miami here, but they also do sponsor a team. Yep.
To answer the TUUCI also, they're all over the world. So if you look at the Ritz-Carlton or the Four Seasons, the umbrellas outside, that's TUUCI. Starbucks, TUUCI, that kind of thing. So now you know. And the best thing about TUUCI, born in Miami. Yes, that's right. Yeah. So hey, we just heard one horn, Jackson. So what does that mean for us?
So that means that's AP down, so postponement down.
Okay.
That means the race committee now thinks that the wind is good enough to sail, and they're going to start getting the sequence ready soon. So we expect the first fleet to be in sequence within the next few minutes.
Okay, great. And I got word also from Chris Block that 420s are getting ready to launch. So that's good news also. And I'm going to scoot back over here and make room for my outstanding co-host, Mr. Jackson McAlilly. So that was great.
It's great.
Great family. Bye, guys. Thank you.
Take care. Have fun.
Have fun. They collectively got together and rented that boat so they could be out here.
It's great.
So how fun is that? So they come
great.
down from New Jersey, and any day's a good day, right?
Any's a good day. Remember, you're in Miami, you're on the water. It's a nice day.
Bad day on the water is better than a good day
on
at the
land.
office.
Yeah.
Whatever
the saying is. Yeah.
We're a bumper sticker right here. Okay, so we heard that horn, and that means, hey, get ready, kids.
Get ready. So within the next few minutes here, we'll hear another horn with the Opti flag up, with also a color signaling which fleet is starting. And that'll be in the next minute or so. Usually it's a minute after AP goes down, which just happened a little while ago.
Okay.
So we will be ready to cover that start once it's in sequence.
Okay.
And then I can brief everyone on how the sequence works.
So explain that to us.
So-
and then also the flag colors.
Exactly. So when I say sequence, I mean the countdown to when go is, when the race starts, people are racing around the course. So it's a 5-minute countdown. That horn we just heard was marking 5 minutes. So we can see it's hard to tell. It might be 4 minutes. But the way the sequence works is the first horn goes up, that signals 5 minutes before the start. Everyone get ready. It's called the warning signal.
Okay.
After a minute, the second horn goes, another set of flags goes up called the preparatory signal. Now this second flag, so while the first flag denotes which fleet is starting, the second flag denotes what type of start it is. So based on the conditions, based on the day, the race committee will impose different levels of penalties if you are over the line early, if you start ahead of time. So right now there is a U flag up, which means that if you are over within the last minute, so when I say over, if you are on the wrong side of the line within the last minute of the start, you are disqualified from the race unless it is totally recalled over if everyone is over. And this is considered a more aggressive approach, which usually committees do when they're pressed for racing and don't want to waste time in having many starts and recalls. Since now we're in the third day, we've had 2 days of no wind. This committee is ready to go and they don't want people to mess around. So we let U flag up now, which signals that we are less than 4 minutes to go. The next horn here will be at 1 minute, which is when that U flag will come down and the signal flag will stay up. That means we're in less than a minute to go. And then the last horn here will be go when the last flag goes down. That means everyone go for it, you're racing full speed ahead.
Okay, so right now the kids are getting ready to get on the line, or do they still have a little bit of time?
So at this point, if you're racing, you're on the line. You're not
Okay.
going to be in your final spot yet because it's not like a car. When you stop a boat, you're still going to move.
Right.
So you want to make sure that you're not going to be in a position that when 4 minutes pass, you'll drift away from where you want to be. So I'm guessing now sailors are going to be, you can see them there lined up by the committee boat there, that line of boats.
Okay. We're going to take the drone shot. There we go.
There's the drone shot. And that means they're ready to go. They're probably checking out their angles off the line. This
Okay.
gives you a good telltale of what side of the line you want to start at. And then I'd say in the last minute and a half or minute or so, that's when we'll see people making their final approach and then setting up in the line where they want to start.
Okay. So there we see the flag. So tell us which each flag. I see orange, I see red and white, I see yellow. Go
So the
through
orange is the start line. So across, down that line of boats on the other end, there will be another anchored boat with another orange flag. And the start line is between the poles of both those flags. And you can see someone is holding it there, and they're going to be looking right down the line to see who is across the line ahead of time to make sure that no one's over early.
Okay.
Now that yellow flag that's being held at the very front of the boat is what I call the signal flag. Now this means that the yellow fleet in the Optis is in sequence, they're starting. That'll be the flag that goes down last when go is happening. Now the red and white checkered flag is the preparatory flag, which is the U flag in this case, which just went down there, signaling 1 minute to go. And that means that now if you're over the line in this last minute, you will be disqualified from the race. So if you're a sailor, you can hear me, don't be over the line.
Well, I don't think hopefully they don't hear you, because that means that they're definitely not paying attention. So yeah, you don't want to be over the line. How does that line look to you there, Jackson?
So right now we see a lot of traffic near the boat end. When I say the boat, I mean the committee boat. So this big boat right in our screen here. That's probably going to hint that people think that the right side of the course is favored.
Okay.
Now, there's a whistle I just heard, and I'll let everyone know about the umpires. So you can see that there's two motorboats hanging out right behind the line of Optis, and these are our umpires. Mm-hmm. What they do is they stand behind the start, and they look out for any illegal movements of kinetics. So when people are using their body or their rudder to try and power the boat, not using the wind. And that is that is not allowed. So when you hear one whistle and a yellow flag pointed at you,
Okay, here
it
we
means
go.
you've been called. So that was go there. Everyone's off and racing, and it looks like that start is going and it's clear. It's not being called back.
Okay, let's
So
see. Looks like, is this España here on the right? You think that was a pretty good place?
I think that was a great start. I think that boat in the middle there really punched out. I can't see their number from here, but it looks like they're really in a great spot now.
Right there in the middle.
We'll get closer there, but I see the other Spain boat, ESP 3581.
Okay.
There we have USA
USA
23084. Great start. Really great start. I mean, I'd be happy if I was in that spot right now. And my coach always says that when you're going upwind here in these long races, you want to divide it into, I think, 3 main blocks. The first third of the upwind here on this first beat is really all about just speed. You stay in your lane, you go as fast as you can, you try and extend as much as you can here, protect the fleet. So here we see a lot of boats tacking out onto port, which means they're going out right. So in accordance of why everyone was at the boat end, they're probably thinking that the right side of the course is going to be better where there's more wind.
Okay,
They're heading out.
23084 in the middle. That was Molly Kern out of Annapolis Yacht Club.
Yeah, great start for Molly there.
Molly had a great start.
I think we'll look for her near the front of the fleet at the top of this beat. Right nearby her, we have USA 22761, another great start, as well as USA 23504. There we see 2 of the Bermuda boats that we saw before the start there. Looks like they had a pretty decent start as well, also heading out right. Now remember that boat, Spain, that tacked out early, Spain 3581. Now they're tacking back to starboard. They think they have a cross coming back across. And I think they do.
What's the number on Spain?
Spain 3581.
3531 maybe?
3581. We have Juan Pablo Espinar. Great start here. I mean, he's really punched ahead right now. And more boats out right. So when I talk about being on different sides of the course, the thing is that when you're on the bay, the wind is not coming from one direction at the exact same speed at all times. It's always pulsating, it's changing directions, and if you're on one side of the course, it's going to have more wind than the other side. You're going to be faster, you're going to pass your opponents. And that's why sailing is equally about, being a reader of the wind as it is being fast in your boat, because as much as you do in your boat, if you have more wind, you're going to be the faster boat.
So now it's kind of hard from this angle. Is this person all the way to the right in the front?
So I think they are.
Okay.
So in this time, whenever there's changes in angle of where the wind's coming from, these gains and losses are not consolidated. They're just momentary pictures. So that first boat here, that was the Spain boat I was referencing to.
Okay.
They're really far ahead right now.
Wow. And now who's in this motorboat here? Is that a coach?
So that's going to be an umpire that I refer to. So they're the ones who are looking for illegal movement. And in this light wind, we're not going very fast. The boats are slow. Sailors want to get everything out of the racing that they can, because it's already slow. It's frustrating. They're trying to get everything, trying to push the rules, but it's important to keep them honest because we want to have fair sailing. So a big thing in this breeze here is people who are going to be rocking their boat, the act of leaning it from side to side, which will create more speed, or also what we call sculling, which is where you move your tiller back and forth really quickly, which acts as a fishtail to propel you forward. Now, both of these are illegal, and the umpires will flag you if they see you doing it.
That's something that's natural to happen out of frustration.
Look, it happens, and also, look, part of the game is doing it is when you're in this place that no one can see you, try and push the rules, because everyone wants to win as much as they can, but also being respectful to not blow through the line. You can walk the line, but not blow through it. Be respectful of your competitors, but also be aware of when the umpires are watching it.
Now we have, looks like Spain on the right here is still doing fairly well, and then we had Molly from Annapolis in the middle. I'm not sure if that's her on the other side.
It's hard to see from this angle and how far we are, but I would bet that she's one of those boats based off her start.
So the start is key, right? I mean, if you start well, do you usually end well? What's the story?
It really is. People say that the start is 70% of the race. It's a big part of it because, look, once you're behind boats, because the wind's coming directly along the water, parallel to it, and once it starts hitting boats, it's going to slow down. It's going to get distorted. So if you're the first boat to receive that wind, you're getting the cleanest, strongest wind. Now, if you're in the second line of boats behind other boats, you're going to be getting less wind. That's more distorted, and it's going to be a lot slower for you. So if you can get off the line quickly, you're going to be the fastest boat.
Okay, so here's Spain, 36:31. That's a Maria de Luc Bestard Mas. Looking solid there. Nice wind.
Yep, she's tacking back over here, heading out right.
There you go.
Seems like people are really liking that right side. And you might have heard in the background, but we just had a horn for the next fleet. So it looks like the blue fleet is also in their sequence, and they'll be off the line shortly.
So this is white that goes first?
So yellow went first now.
Yellow.
And then blue is now up second.
Okay.
And I suspect that pink will be the third start. And the reason that the different colors correspond to is that in a full event, we would have had a gold fleet, a silver fleet, and a bronze fleet on the last day of the event, where yellow would have been gold, blue would have been silver, and pink would have been bronze. Now today, it's going to depend on how many races we get in. I believe we need 6 races for an event to split into the medal round. So if we get 6 races in today, we can see a split, but having done this many times, I think it's really hard to do. I think a long day would be 4 races, and it'd be hard to see 6.
How long do you think one race will take today?
So a target race time is going to be around 45 minutes. Obviously, it depends on the wind, and the way the committee controls that is they change the length of the course. So boats are going to move slower when it's less wind, so they'll make the course shorter so that the total time will be around their target time of 45 minutes. And if it's windier, they will make the course longer to, again, hit that target time.
Okay. So we had our second group is getting ready to start. And is there a certain time that they space them out 5 minutes apart, or?
It depends. A lot of it is by eye, because you can't go with one set time, because, again, 5 minutes is going to cover you half the distance in light wind as it does in heavy wind. So we want to make sure that that fleet ahead of them is far enough up the course to get ahead. And again, looking at the boat here, we see that now there's the blue flag up, the signal flag, showing that it's the blue fleet in sequence, and then the U flag, that same red and white checkerboard, is the same 1 minute penalty. And I'll also add that the reason we split into multiple fleets, because you'd think that why don't we just have one big line with everyone at once, but what happens is that when you have over 200 boats in the water, it can really be unruly to have everyone in one course, and it means that the line would need to be so long to fit everyone that it would be almost impossible to read across the whole line, and there would be a lot of general recalls of people over the line. So by splitting it up, you make it much more manageable for the race committee, which ultimately makes the quality of the sailing better.
And how do you decide who's in which category?
So they'll do a random draw where they'll just go through the list, and they'll have the list alphabetically or in some sort of order of registration, and you just go 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, which each one's seeding you into a different fleet. The idea is that it's totally random, and then that way you can then go into different powered fleets in the medal round, where gold being the top group, silver being the middle, and bronze being the bottom.
So now you're deciding, am I going to be on the right side of the line? Am I going to be on the left side? Now, this is just an independent decision that you make as a sailor?
Totally. So you can be wherever you want. In terms of the scoring, theoretically, you can win from any side. However, obviously, we're human, the wind's changing. Inevitably, one side of the line is going to be closer to the upwind mark than the other side will, because it's hard to get it exactly to the degree square. And a lot of your pre-start homework is figuring out what that side is and trying to be right there first row on that side.
Now, are there any coaches out there kind of telling you, move right, move left, or anything like that?
So before the race, yes, that's a big part of the discussion, is you can use a compass, sight the line, get it to the degree exactly right. But now once we're in sequence, once those flags go up, coaches are hands off. They cannot be at all involved in the decision making.
Okay, but they're close by.
They're close by. They're going to be right behind you, probably filming, so have some video for after the fact. But in the race, it's all on you, and that goes back to being independent as an athlete.
Oh boy. So then we have a.
So that was 1 minute. Means we're in the last minute here,
Okay.
and we can see here if we look down the line, there's a bit of what we call a bulge in the middle of the line, where people in the middle of the line are much closer to the start line. Now this is pretty common in big start lines, because as you get further and further from the ends, it's hard to see where you are on that line, because there's no line in the water drawn for you to see. You're kind of guesstimating it. So it's common where we'll have people in the middle of the line, perhaps over early.
So now Bermuda, I see right by the boat there. That boat, it was sailing back. It's going to try to turn around right before the race starts.
They might. Again, it depends, because if everyone's fighting for that same spot, you're gonna have a lot of congestion, and you want to make sure that you're on the better side of that.
Okay.
And now I would worry for that boat in the middle there. It looks like they might be over the line.
Yep.
And I can imagine that They're being called right now, but again, if the start is not called back altogether, if you're over in this last minute, you will be disqualified. Looks like right now a lot of the fleet is over, and we have a general recall.
Too many of the boats were over.
Exactly.
The line.
So what happens is that that yellow and blue pennant, when it goes up, they'll blow 2 horns. That means general recall. That means that
Go back.
too many boats were over. They couldn't get them all. It wasn't fair. They're gonna bring everyone back. They might adjust the line to make it a little easier to start, or they might just up the penalty to keep people more encouraged to stay back. And we'll see what they decide.
With that, did they note the boats that were over? So if that happened the second time?
So no. So what happens is that during that start sequence, they're going to be writing down the numbers of who was over, so that in case the start does continue, those boats would have been disqualified. But however, since that the start was called back, it means that they get a fresh start. They got lucky. They get one more attempt at it.
Okay, while we're waiting for them to get back on the line, let's go back to the race that already launched, which was a few minutes ago, and see what we're looking at here. Oh, we're coming up to the first mark.
Yep, so now we're looking back downwind. That's the top mark. And now this is the first mark they will round. People are now trying to guess their ley lines of rounding the mark. And the ley line is that, remember, when you're going upwind in a sailboat, you cannot go directly into the wind because the physics of the boat don't work that way. So you're trying to find the angle of which you can then tack and still make it to the mark. And now, what a surprise, we have that Spain boat, 3631, who had a really great start, if we recall, and there it looks like they're going to be rounding first here at this top mark.
So that's Maria.
Yeah, great stuff, Maria.
Maria 3631, and then Jan is 3581, so also from Spain. They both had great starts.
So I've lost track of Jan, but I think that I would guess he's in the front there. We have USA 12900, 12900, rounding in second. Really great view here from the drone.
That's Tucker Gowans.
Great start by Tucker. USA 39 coming in third.
USA 39.
And here we have another media boat. Looks like they're snapping some photos there from the top, making sure that all the parents are happy with the photos of their kids after the regatta.
Very important, very important.
And now these tight roundings here can be pretty tricky, and I imagine as we get closer to the bulk of the fleet, we'll see some more traffic, and it's really important to make sure that you're rounding cleanly and not going to be hitting the mark or hitting any of the boat, because that'll be a penalty, and that can affect you.
Okay, USA 39 that rounded a few seconds ago, that's Audrey Rochelle with Coral Reef Yacht Club.
Nice work, Audrey. Here we have USA 23505, and there is Spain 3581. That was Jan, if I recall, who is now also in the top of the fleet.
Nice.
So, nice first beat for this group here. I think if you're rounding the top mark in this top 15, you're in a happy spot.
Okay.
It means that you're in the front of the pack. You're in what I call striking distance. So, you can still make some big gains and hopefully even have a better score here.
And just so folks may remember from last year or previous years, we try to kind of camp out at the finish line, and then as the sailors cross, we try to grab them for a quick little interview.
Totally.
And we love to just hear their enthusiasm and their happiness, and their strategy, right?
Yeah.
What worked, what didn't work.
And there's no better feeling than a good sailboat race coming to the finish line.
So let's see, we have
USA 501, just rounded there. USA 23921, just rounded. USA 23084 and USA 22482, all coming around the mark here. And again, you'll see these boats are giving this mark a lot of space, because if you hit the mark, you need to do a penalty turn, which is going to hurt your score.
You mean physically hit the...
Yes, so if your boat hits the mark,
you have to do penalty.
So you can get protested by another competitor, and that involves, and in order to exonerate yourself, you need to do one jibe and one tack, or a full 360 as we call it. But the act of doing that will slow you down. We have USA 22990, Puerto Rico 70. Here we're back to the front of the fleet here. That was Maria. Nice lead here. And a big strategy on this reach here is that, again, if you have a boat on top of you or between you and the wind, they're going to be slowing you down. So what these boats are trying to do is stay, while going to the mark, also staying as high as possible so that they can have clear air and keep their sail in free wind going as fast as they can. Looks like Maria's done a nice job of that there, and she's cruising along nicely. Notice she keeps looking back though, because while you're winning, the race now is behind you. So it's important to see what your competitors are doing, staying connected with them, but also staying free.
Okay, I think our second drone is getting in place on the start of the second race.
Yep, that's back at the top mark there. And they're still coming, more boats rounding this reach here. And in this big wind, what happens a lot is the fleet will get really, really spread out because the wind differentials on the course make a much bigger impact, which again puts more emphasis on the start, because being ahead early on is great. And honestly, the easiest race to sail is the one that you're in the front.
Oh, yeah.
When you're in the back, you got a lot of traffic to deal with, you got boats to avoid, you can't execute your strategy, and frankly, it makes the racing a lot less fun, and also you're not doing well. If you can make the work in the start, you're gonna thank yourself the rest of the race.
That's why you say how you start is 70% of your race, right?
Yep, it really is. It really, really is.
Okay, we hear another horn. What's that all about?
Looks like that's probably going to be Blue Fleet. Remember, they had a general recall, so they're restarting. We'll get a view there at some point, but they're probably going to be back in sequence there. And I'm curious to see what penalty, if they change the start, maybe change the penalty flag. That's going to dictate how the start shapes up. So here you can kind of see these boats in the reach there, and like a big curve going to the mark. I call it like the banana. It's kind of like a big banana curve. And again, it's people who are trying to fight high to not be covered, because if you're those boats on the screen left, the far screen left, so you're sailing shorter distance to the mark. So in theory, it would be faster because you're going in a straight line, it's less distance. However, you're going to be in less wind, you're going to be slower. So it's trying to find a balance of being in less wind, going in a straight line with the most wind as possible. Now back to the Blue Fleet there.
Let's go ahead and take
another general recall. Looks like the fleet did not learn, and they were over again.
They're getting a little excited, I think.
So they're excited. They want to get up there, but the race committee wants to make sure that these starts are fair as well.
So what do you do when this keeps happening? Keep recalling them?
You keep recalling them. The ultimate penalty is you do what's called the black flag.
Right.
Which is where instead of the U flag, you put up a flag that is just a solid black flag. And what it means is that the same rule is that if you're over in the last minute, you're disqualified. But this time, however, if the race is recalled, even if everyone's over, they general recall it, they keep the numbers written down, and they will put on a whiteboard and announce over the radio who is over, and those boats can now no longer sail the next race. So it means that you really get punished if you're over.
Oh, so you can sail this race, but you can't sail the next one.
Sorry, so you can like that race you were disqualified. So even if it's recalled, you can't start. You need to sit out.
Okay.
So in the U flag, you catch a break if everyone's called back because you get a fresh start. But in the black flag, it means that you can't. So what happens in the U flag is that if everyone's over and sailors see that, they're going to go for broke because they imagine, well, if everyone's over, I'll be over. Nothing happens. We'll call it back. But in the black flag, the race committee really sticks it to you, and they hold you accountable.
So are we going to see a black flag now that it's been a general recall twice?
I think we'll find out soon. I would probably guess yes, because again, we're in day 3 here, and we don't have time to mess around. This is our first day of wind.
Right.
So the race committee wants to capitalize on this, and they're not going to be happy seeing people over and over again. And while the race committee wants to be fair, there's also, as much as the sailors want to sail, they want to sail too. And part of that is getting these races off, getting the starts clean.
So they're readjusting here, and hopefully they're going to get it together to stay.
And we're now looking here at the yellow fleet again. So they're now in their downwind. So this is where the boats are going to be sailing directly with the wind down at the gate marks. So here, there's a lot more strategy to be had. On the reach, it's a bit of a straight shot. You don't really have much variability in what to do. But on the downwind, you can kind of pick a side. So we can see that Maria here in Spain 36-31 has gone much further, much lower than her trailing opponents, which is course side right. Again, favoring that right side. But it also looks like the boats behind her have taken a different approach and are going now to the left side. And now this could work in favor for both people because again, as the boat in the front, you want to make sure that you're not going to be covered by the boats behind you. So by separating, you ensure that you have clear air. However, you take a bit of a risk because now those boats that stayed high there on course side left, now if they get more wind, they might just blow right past you. So you're trying to walk a fine line of staying, connected to the fleet, but also staying in clear air. And, this is where a lot of gains can be made and also losses can happen.
Now I just heard another horn. That's for our second race trying to get in line. Is that the 4 or 5 minute?
We don't have a good view here, but I would suspect that looks like they're now back in sequence. That was 5 minutes. Just looking behind me on the boat. And we'll hear shortly what penalty flag they choose. Again, U flag or black flag. If we see black flag, don't be surprised.
So we start hearing some folks getting eliminated.
Yes, we would. Now, while the black flag can help expedite racing by getting starts off, it can also be a big hindrance, because what happens is that if there's a general recall, the race committee now needs to compile everyone who's over and announce all of them, and it can take time to get that all on the whiteboard and get that all announced over the radio. We're now making our way back up towards the start line on our boat. And once I have a good view, I will communicate what's happening with that start. Looks like we're switching over to the other drone. And look, we're still under a U flag. So it's still that red and white flag. Again, race committee doesn't want to be overly harsh too soon. And the U flag is already a pretty significant penalty flag. There's many steps before that you can take. So they're guessing that that'll be enough without, being overly aggressive on the fleet.
Okay.
But again, if you're a competitor here, you know what's happening. You know what they're thinking. You know what's the next step. You don't want to anger the race committee. You wanna stay behind the line and make them happy, because they will put up a black flag and the sailors face the consequences of that. So if you're a sailor now, it's really important to be conservative, stay behind the line, and make sure the start gets off cleanly.
Okay. So no black flag yet.
No black flag yet. We still have that white and red checkered flag, which is called the U flag.
U stands for?
I believe uniform.
Uniform. Okay.
And right now we're less than 4 minutes to go, but more than 1 minute to go.
It looks like a few of those boats need to turn around right there.
So they do. And look, it's honestly, it makes sense before the start to be upwind. You get a clear view of the course.
Okay.
Get a last view, make your last minute planning of what am I going to do in this race. But then again, make sure you're back safely, ready to go behind the line before go.
Okay, so hopefully we get a clean start and we get our second group out.
Hope we will. We hope we will. And then behind them, again, there's still a third start. There's still the pink fleet that's going to go after the blue fleet.
That's behind them?
That's behind them. So
okay.
they have not even gone into sequence yet. They're just still on the coach boats watching. And now look, being the first start can be nice because you're the first person to get out there. You get the first wins. People are still fresh. You can have a jump on your competition. But being the second start is also great because now you can watch what worked in the first start. See, wow, those boats that went right looked really good. Man, I'm going to go right now. Or the opposite. Or maybe you can see the boats that went left look good, but they lost a lot. Maybe I'm going to avoid that strategy. So you really get a nice telltale of what to do in your race. So if you're one of those boats waiting around, you better be taking notes. You better be ready to go because that's going to give you the information you need to do well in your race.
So explain this to me. So since there's 3 different groups right here, then will there be 3 winners?
Exactly. Yeah. So there will be 3 different score sheets in this race. Now it'll all be compiled into one on the overall scores, but when it comes to the point totals, they will be a lot closer together.
Here, let's see if they take 2, 1.
So now that U flag went down means we're 1 minute to go. So
okay.
If you're over now, you're gonna be on that list.
Okay.
Looks like the boats in the middle there are pushing it again. They're not over quite yet, but
we're gonna go downwind for a hot few seconds while we're waiting that 1 minute out.
So now we're here at the gate mark. So the gate is interesting because it's 2 marks, and you can pick which one you want around. And similarly to how on the start line, one side might be higher than the other, same thing happens with the gates. So if you're going downwind, a lot of your strategy is picking which gate mark you want around. And the factors you want to consider are going to be, first, your strategy for the wind, but also traffic. If everyone is going to one side, it might be faster to avoid all that traffic and go the other way. So you're trying to balance those factors and pick out your side.
Okay, let's go back to the line. We'll take our other drone shot.
We have
7,
6, 5,
fingers crossed.
4, 3, 2,
2, 1.
Let's go. A lot of boats at the pin, near the pin. We're over there. Looks like we're not seeing a general recall flag yet, so that means the race committee was able to mark them all down.
Okay.
And
So what do you mean they're marking them down for what?
so they're marking them down to have a DSQ on their score sheets.
They will, okay.
So on their score sheets, look, I'm not the race committee, so I'm not going to say anything on the record, but from my view, it looked like there were some boats over there.
Okay.
And if you were one of those boats, on your score sheet, you would see the letters UFD in place of a number, and that stands for U flag disqualification.
So you don't know that right now, though, if you're sailing.
We don't know it now, and it's hard to tell. And honestly, look, if you knew it, you wouldn't be over.
Right.
And that's part of it, is that it's hard to judge the line. But they might, some committees will announce it over the radio. Looks like they're announcing it right now over the radio. It's hard to tell, but I bet the coaches are taking note of who is over. And it means that when you get back to the start, you'll have some news to deal with.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take the other drone shot, and we'll see what's going as
So we're back at the gates here, so see a lot of traffic here. See, like, right there. And what's happening now is that you're trying to fight for that inside lane, because if you're inside, you're now on top of the other boat, you're not being covered. So a lot of the fighting out here is trying to get room at the mark where you can be the inside rounder. And again, people splitting off both ways. And it's funny because on that first beat, people went right a lot. It seemed to pay off. Looks like here a lot of boats are going left. Maybe they saw something different on that downwind. Because as you're going downwind, you're strategizing for your downwind, but also you're planning for the next beat, because the biggest gains are made on the upwind. So the first upwind and the second upwind. And you can go from, a deep score to right back in the top pack just by one big play. So
what's the shape of the course if you're looking at from it aerially?
So it's called a trapezoid, and it resembles a trapezoid vaguely, because you first start at the start line, you go directly upwind, so straight up. You then make a left turn and go on a broad reach. You then make another left turn and go back downwind and parallel with your first upwind. You round those gates, go back upwind, back where you came from, round this, and then you finish back upwind, or you sometimes finish downwind and come to a reach. It depends on what course they're setting. But it is a trapezoid. And the idea is that by bringing the fleet on a reach away from the first beat, it means that now the next fleet can now be free of the first beat, and they're not jumbled up into one big pack, because that can mess up the racing. So looking at this upwind here, this is just off the Blue Fleet start. Looks like we have USA 308 heading out right. Now this happens sometimes when you maybe didn't have the best start, but you get some clear air and you're hoping to get some more leverage, get further out right, and maybe bring that back in a better position. We have USA 23918, had a great start here. So they're crossing across this boat here. And USA 23503 just ducked them, and they want to head back out right. So, early in the race here, you can either take more risk and head out more to a side, or you can bring it back to the middle and consolidate your gains. Looks like USA 23503 decided to bring it back to the middle and try and consolidate the people they crossed. And now I've used the term leverage a lot describing these upwinds. And what I mean by that is that the further out you get to a side, away from the center of the course, the more risk you're taking on, because it means that any changes in the wind will be amplified across that, that lateral separation. So if you're behind, you want to get as much leverage as you can and get as much lateral separation, because it means that you can make big gains. But then again, if you're ahead, you don't want to do that, because it means that you're now prone to have a lot of losses. So you want to stay more centered on the course and stay connected to your fleet.
Okay, we see that 23918 there. I think they are from CERT.
Looks like we have Rowan Michelle.
Rowan Michelle, Southern Yacht Club.
Nice start for Rowan there. Nice first beat.
CERT and SYC.
We also have Argentina, I believe, 4195. Really far ahead here.
4195, that's Juan Agustin
Benassi-Dubra. Great start for Juan. Right now, if the race ended here, he's winning. So, but let's see how we can hold on to it.
Argentina.
And also, good news is that the wind has really been building throughout this whole time we've been out here. It's still light, but we got to we went from really slow, difficult racing to now, looks like these people are on the rail, getting their shoulders out, and it's a sign for more good things to come.
Any additional breeze is welcome.
Of course. We're nowhere near the limit of too much wind, so anything is good now.
Argentina looking good there.
We have ISV 167. Also in a nice lane, right there on right behind Juan. Look, Juan's going for attack here.
All right.
then
ISV
right
is
there-
Hunter. ISV 167. That's Hunter.
Nice work, Hunter.
Reinbold.
Now Juan had a really nice tack there, and in this light wind, you're trying to do what's called a roll tack. So what happens is that when you roll the boat, so when you roll it, when you kind of lean it to leeward, away from the wind, and then flatten it again, you get a nice acceleration out of it. And now it's illegal to do just in a straight line, but if you do a tack or a maneuver, you're allowed to roll as much as you can, and in this wind, it's an opportunity to honestly gain a bit. So if you can master those maneuvers, you can make some big gains in this light wind. And the Opti is one of those boats where a good maneuver, a good tack can honestly be pretty hard on your body because you really throw your shoulder at the rail. And it shows the people who really want it, because when you're having good tacks, I know your shoulders are hurting. So props to everyone who's out there roll tacking the boat in the Opti.
How do you feel when you get out after the race? How's your body feel?
I mean, in the race, it's adrenaline. You feel great, but I mean, sailors are known for having a lot of bruises on them. People think they've been through some fights, but it's just wrestling the boat. But it pays off, so you got to do it.
Yep. Nice 23966. Great shot there.
Also USA 23963, and another Bermuda boat, Bermuda 85. So now we're going back over to the start line. Another drone shot here. This is from the top. Now that's 1 minute to go. So you see everyone is lined up, ready to go. And now we see right by the committee boat, that big sports fish, there's really not many boats there. And people are now crowding towards the other end of the line, which we call the pin. So that means that people are seeing the left side is more favorable. And I'll add that, having sailed here my whole life, if you're in Miami, you don't know where to go, I would go left. I think more than half the time, the left side always pays.
Why is that?
It has to do with the geography of the bay, and also being in the northern hemisphere. I forget exactly what it's called, but there's like a physical effect where when the wind comes off the land, it tends to spin, the Coriolis effect, our captain just told me, but it tends to go left. So it means that if you're on the left side of the course, it's probably gonna help. And that being said, it's not everything.
Let's see. Let's test the theory. Coriolis, you said?
Coriolis effect.
A Coriolis. Okay.
That was go. Pink fleet is off.
Okay. Watching
Now,
the left. No.
Looks like some boats at the pin were close, but no general recall, so this race is off.
Okay, let's see it. The race is off.
Race
We'll
is
hear if they're
off.
calling any numbers of some. Okay.
So looks like that. Looks like the gold fleet is kind of approaching the end of their race, or the yellow fleet, I should say. And we now have on this pink start, again, boats coming out right, also boats going out left. So there's people are placing some bets here, and we're gonna see what pays off. It could go either way. And one thing is that the lighter it gets, the less wind there is, the more variable it is as well. So it can go either way, and people are gonna see either some big gains or some big losses.
Looks like that 2, 3, 4, 4, 1 is it in the lead there? It seems to be in the lead anyway.
Hard to see. They're leading out right, but then again, they'll be. It's let me see, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3. That's USA 2, 3, 4, 4, 3. Look, now they're the first boat out right. So if the right comes in, the right pays, they're gonna be launched. They're gonna be. My money's on them. But if the left comes in, it might be hard. And that's a lot of what the homework does for you, because you want to make sure that you know what's happening and like what to predict on the race course.
Okay.
So it looks like we're gonna pan over to the top mark of Silver Fleet. We have the leaders here about to round. We'll get a nice shot on their numbers. We have USA 341. Looks like they're gonna take the safe bet and duck that boat. And rounding first place here, we have USA 23732. Great first upwind, followed closely by USA 341. And I want to highlight what 341 did there, because a lot of times you're winning, you get a great first beat, and you're fighting out with one boat, and you want to squeeze it out to get that last point. And people will do that, and they'll foul, and they'll get disqualified, and they'll get greedy. It's always better to just round in second, be safe. You have a whole race ahead of you to fight it out, and don't get greedy. Just take the stern. And I think that was a really good play by 341, so kudos to them. We also have ESP 3481, USA 208.
341 is Kellen Martin, who you were talking about.
Nice work, Kellen. I think that was a veteran move, so happy to see that on the Optimus course. There we have Argentina 4195. So they're also in the front of the pack. Remember, they had that great start early on, but it goes to show that anything can change on that upwind.
That was Juan at 4195.
Yeah, but still great upwind by Juan. Good to see him in the front there. And as we watch the boats approaching on the upwind here, a lot of them are stacking up from that port ley line coming in from the left side. Goes to show that that left side of the upwind is definitely much better for this race. We have ISV 128. And then again, remember, right now some boats going low right at the march, others going high. It's all about striking a balance between, less distance but also having more wind.
ISV 128, that's Avery Parasail.
Nice work, Avery. We have USA 21300 coming around, and USA 20912. Now 20912 was the sail number of one of my best friends when we sailed Opties together.
Maybe that's your best friend?
Yeah, maybe he's back out there disguised
Is your
as
best
a
friend named
12-year-old.
Austin Lee? Because that's who's in 20912.
It's not, but Austin, it's great to see you. That's a great boat.
Good, lucky number.
Talking about my friend Spencer Dominguez, who's now at the Naval Academy.
Nice.
And he's actually also a Coral Reef member. We grew up sailing together. But in the Opti, it's funny because a lot of these boats just get recycled throughout the fleet.
Oh, so that's the actual boat then?
It might be a different boat, but it's the same sail.
Oh, cool.
And look, you might get new individual equipment, but the same serial number sticks with you, and it means that I saw my old sail number in the Green Fleet the other day.
Oh, was it nostalgic?
It was.
How did it make you feel?
It's good. It reminds me of all of my Gmail passwords. I'll use my sail number.
Wait a minute. You better be careful. You've changed it since then.
Yeah, I have. But no. So it's cool to see that, and it's a sail number, your first sail number, something that sticks with you, and it's like a nice memento.
That's amazing. And I love it is international, as we said. We have quite a nice number from Argentina, from Bermuda, from Brazil, from Canada, from Spain, Germany. We have a sailor here from Hong Kong.
Yeah.
So really all over the world. Italy, Japan.
We do. And back when I was in Opties, the numbers were, in the 1-9, starting with a 1, and now we're at like 2-3 and 2-4. Shows that the fleet's added 5,000 boats.
Wow.
Since I was in the boat, which feels like forever ago, but
so when you get your sail, do you keep that sail the whole time? So that's your number?
So you can get new individual sails, but the number is yours the whole time, unless you get a new boat. So every boat comes with a number. And the way it works is that if you want to use a number, you need to be in possession of the boat. So what happens is what people will do is they'll get a boat when they first start sailing, they'll get a number, and then as they get new boats, and because the boats get old and they need new ones, they'll hold on to that old boat so they can keep using their same number.
Okay. There's Spain.
So these boats again are on the reach here, going down, and then again around that reach mark here in front of us, and then make a left turn going downwind. Again, these are the leaders here. We have, I believe that was Kellen in 341.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to get a better view and remember the sail number of that first place boat. We'll get a view here in a second.
Okay.
So we got 23732. And you'll see a lot of these boats here with those stripes on the back of them, which is the winner team. And winner is they make Opties, and they do a nice thing where they try and give give like new boats to a lot of the top sailors to help market them on the course.
23732. That is Jaden Stricken.
Nice work,
from
Jaden.
Performance Sailing.
Well, Jaden's having a great race, and looks like he's going to try to protect this lead on this downwind.
23732. If you hear the ruffling of the papers, that's because I'm trying to look up the numbers. So just letting you know what's going on. All right. 23732. That's Jaden right there.
We have ISV 167, and I mentioned that I think in the Virgin Islands at St. Thomas Yacht Club, I think that's the best place to sail in the world. I love it there.
It's beautiful.
So
ISV 1600. That's Hunter Reinbold.
well, Hunter, if you're from there, you're lucky.
St. Thomas Yacht Club.
That's
St.
a
John.
great place.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Why do you love it? Why do you love it so much there?
Always great weather, always great wind, great people, great food. The beaches are nice. The place you stay, the hotels are right on the resort. It's great. So
beautiful.
It really checks all the boxes.
And we do want people to know they can go ahead and add any questions or give any shout outs to people. If you're watching us on YouTube, you are watching us on YouTube because that's where we're streaming. Go ahead and write anything in the comments there, and we'll check them. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer them. Any thoughts, any even corrections or anything that you might think it would be helpful, just go ahead and write it in the comment section there, and we will definitely get to it here. And we have a good number of viewers going on right now, and I am looking up any questions or comments that we might have at this time. Love it. Thank you very much. Muriel Knowles Cartwright saying that you love it. We love it too. Thank you so much for watching and joining us. I love when we get messages from people in different locations. Yesterday we got a shout out from the Trinidad and Tobago. That's right. That was great. So we love to see our comments. So if you're able to shoot us a little comment there on YouTube. Hey, thanks, Christian Fox. Can you guys explain the most common errors that happen in low wind?
I think that's key to today. I think that, when it's light winds, I think the most common error is that people get very, very conservative because, as we mentioned, that, you want to get leverage and get out to a side.
Yes.
Because that's how you make big gains. But then you want to also stay balanced and also stay with the fleet and not overexpose yourself. But that being said, in light wind, what happens is that when you have a big group of boats on the water, the wind tends to avoid it to take the path of least resistance, which means that the edges of the course have the most wind. And what will happen is that people who don't go out to the side early enough they might just be in the middle, they might be in a good spot tactically, but they're just in less wind, and it's not any fault of their own, it's just because the wind tends to avoid where they are. So I think that it's really important in light winds to stay on an edge of the course until the last minute possible, until you absolutely have to come back, because if you come back too early, you get swallowed up in the middle, which is where the whole fleet kind of converges on you. And right there at this top mark here, we just saw a boat do what's called tacking in the zone. So right around every mark, there's what's called a 3 boat length circle, which is where if you were to line 3 boats up from bow to stern, leading away from the mark, and use that as a radius for a circle, that's the zone in which you cannot do any maneuvers in, where if you maneuver in that zone, you are then fouling if a boat has to avoid you. So we just saw a boat kind of push the boundary in there and saw some hands go up, some people yelling, so we might see some protests come after that. So it's just, again, do what Kellen did, take the stern, be conservative, and live to fight another day.
How much talking's going on the water when you're
I
out
bet
there?
a lot. I bet there's a lot of yelling. People are, and also it's light wind. Everyone can hear it too. The sound carries well over the water. So
are there any penalties you can get from saying certain things?
Yeah, totally. You need to watch your mouth. We want to be respectful, and you can get penalized by either an umpire or another sailor on the course.
So you can get reported.
You can, and be respectful. It's happened before to people. I have teammates who have gone through that. We have a boat from Japan there we just passed. USA 18, USA 207. Boat from Hong Kong.
There's our Hong Kong representative, our one Hong Kong member here.
I sailed in Hong Kong back in 2017.
And what was that like?
It was incredible.
Why?
I mean, sailing brings you to parts of the world you would never go.
Right.
And to get to go to Hong Kong and to get to sail there for 2 weeks and, I mean, be in a different culture, try different food.
What do you remember the most?
The dim sum.
Yeah.
The dim sum.
Was it amazing?
It was amazing. It was amazing. even on the flight there, it was amazing.
Really?
Yeah, it was
Did
great.
you fly an Asian airline?
Yeah, I forget the airline, but
Okay.
it was not a U.S. airline, but it was great.
Like, this is the best dim sum.
It was awesome. I loved it. I loved it. Now my teachers did not love it when I missed 2 weeks of school, but the trip was
Hey,
great.
it worked out for you.
It did.
23632. USA. Looking pretty good there. Now, what's going on with the line? The line of boats here. Is this
So
just-
again, they're all in the reach here. So they're trying to. The reach is it's a pretty one-dimensional leg of the course because there's really not much to do. You're going to be on starboard the whole time. You're going to be tracking right at the mark, and then you have some variance in whether you want to go on the higher route or the lower route. And again, if you go higher, you're going to be going a little bit faster. But also you're doing extra distance because you're not going right at the mark. If you go lower, you'll be going less distance, but you'll be a bit slower. And depending on the wind, you need to strike the right balance.
So 23632, that was Caitlin Flynn, performance sailing. Caitlin Flynn.
Nice work,
Okay,
Caitlin.
we have Natalie is sending us a question. Hi, Natalie. Will Green Fleet be broadcast today? It's a good question.
I
That's
think
a good
if we
question.
find the right opportunity, we might swing by there.
Yep, we're going to try our best.
Right now, we're playing it by ear, seeing which course has the most wind, and go from there. But we'll try and get some coverage of Green Fleet.
Keep it here. It's your best chance of seeing it.
Yep.
Unless you're out on a boat. Okay, there's Caitlin there. She's kind of leading
Caitlin's
the
having
pack.
I think
Nice.
might be winning here. So good work by Caitlin. And again, when you're on this reach here, since it's pretty one-dimensional, you have a lot of freedom to think about your next move. So you're looking at the next downwind, thinking, what am I going to do
Okay,
here?
let's see. This could be important here, right?
This is important.
Yep.
So she's staying what we call high here. So she thinks that course left is better, which if we recall it was in that first upwind. So she's going to try and stay there and protect that side. And now look, if you're a boat behind, you can also make gains here by covering someone.
That's
so
right.
if you sit right behind someone and you block their wind, you can slow them down a lot and maybe pass them. So it looks like that third place boat is right on Caitlin's wind, and they're trying to maybe make a move.
So what would the strategy be there? To go to the left?
From who?
From the boat here, I'm pointing so nobody can see but you, so it's not going to make any sense. So not the boat in the front, but the one to the back right.
I see it. I think it depends. I think that at this point they're pretty committed to going low.
Okay.
And you really need to just pick one or the other. I think staying in the middle, kind of half and half, is the worst thing you can do. You want to either be all the way left or all the way right. You can see one boat there has jibe, so they're on port jibe now, and they're really committed. And now that can be quite risky, but it can also make some big gains. So we'll see. But I think that right now the whole fleet is staying on starboard jibe. They're staying high on course left. If you stay high on course left, you're probably going to track with the fleet, and not much will change. So if you're in a good spot, you want to just protect where you are. You know, if you have a keeper score, keep it. But also, if you're behind, take some chances, make some gains. Let's take up the other race bottom marks. Looks like we have Blue Fleet here, which is now rounding the gates, going their second upwind. So again, these gate marks are all about strategizing on what side of the course to go to, and there's some big gains to be made here because, you know, one gate will always be closer to the top mark than the other, and you know it's really up to you. Looks like a lot of boats it's pretty evenly split here, so there's some mixed feelings on the course, and we'll see what pays off. On this upwind, most boats are on port right now, which signals that we're in a left phase. So right now the wind's a little further left, and we'll expect the next shift to go right. And if you're on the course, keep your eye out for that. We'll try and get some eyes on some sail numbers here as well.
And then I'll ruffle my papers.
I think I see USA
Try to get-
505
You got it. I'm
heading
ready.
out right. They might be in a spot for some big gains here. We have USA 6595.
Okay, we had USA 505. That's Key Biscayne Yacht Club. Nev Irion or Neve.
I think Nev or Neve they're in a good spot.
Oh wait, 505. Did you say?
I did.
Oh, that's CC Alamgir.
Well, Cece, I think we'll see what happens here, but I think she's in a good spot. It's just
All
that
right.
again, it's important that when you separate from the fleet and you get that leverage and something changes, you need to consolidate while you can, because the wind might go back and the same way you made all those gains, they might disappear in an instant. So once you make the gain, you want to try and cross back ahead of the fleet and be back, take advantage of the gains you've made.
How many knots are blowing now? Asked Victor Sanner. Victor Sanner on YouTube is asking the question, how many knots are blowing now?
It's hard to see, but I would guess around 6 knots. But we'd expect it to build as the day goes on.
Okay.
And here we have the blue fleet going upwind and the pink fleet coming downwind. Now this happens a lot, and this is also a big point of emphasis when you're racing, because as the fleet's coming downwind, they're just a wall blocking the wind. So if you're the upwind boat, you need to make sure that you're not going to be behind them, because you might slow down a lot. So it's important to keep an eye on that and make sure that you're not going to be in that intersection, because that's really going to be a slow spot.
So this is an intersection happening between.
It is.
Both fleets are on the same course right now. So what does that do?
Again, it just means that there's now when there's more boats in one spot, there's going to be less wind, because the wind sees this wall of boats and it's going to just go around it. Kind of has a mind of its own. So if you're in this big pack, you want to avoid the most dense area. So when you have those boats coming down in one line, you probably don't want to be right in that line, because you're going to be swallowed up with no wind. So you're going to want to try and separate from them as early as you can, and then clear air. And here we have, I believe that's still Caitlin in first.
Okay, great.
Held on to that lead nicely, honestly gained a bit, and she's rounding that left gate. So she's going out back left, and she's going to try and hold on to that.
Right there.
Looks like the yellow fleet is now in the second. This is in the last minute of their second start. So we'll see how that gets off shortly. But we're still looking at, again, this is pink fleet rounding the gate mark, about to go upwind. Maybe we can switch over to the other drone at the start. That'd be great. So we're in the last minute here. Again, some boats in the middle there, doing what we call a bulge, which is where they're, they're bulging out, and it's pretty risky.
Yellow
fleet, we're in the last 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. And a lot of boats over here. We got a general recall.
Yeah.
So again, if there's too many boats over, they have to call it back. So now we're gonna go back to the pink fleet here, looking at their gate rounding and their second upwind.
Okay.
So now we're still on this upwind here. Again, light breeze here, especially if you're in the back of the pack. It's more and more important to take risks, and it's all about calibrating like what you think a keeper score is, because the same way you don't want to overexpose yourself and take risks when you're ahead. If you're behind, I mean, you got nothing to lose. Send it out to a side, honestly, and you can honestly gain a lot. So now we have, looks like the yellow fleet is finishing here, which we just switched to. This is near I believe the top of the course, and we can see this is between the bottom of the course, and this is between that yellow flag and that mark there where some boats are finishing here. So a lot of last minute gains to be made, and we can see some boats finishing here. USA 443. USA 23031 looks like they had a nice finish there. Good for them. Sweden 4905. So our one boat from Sweden on this course. It's good to see them representing Scandinavia.
How many, Victor is asking, how many races will be run today? That's a great question.
It's a great question, and I wish I knew. If I were to guess, I would say we're going to go for 4, but I don't know for sure.
That's at this location.
At this location.
Okay.
Just because, remember, no races have been done at all for
Right.
opties, and
For red, white, and blue.
for red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
And the most you can feasibly do in a day is around 4. So we'll
Which
see.
is quite a bit.
It's a lot. Look,
Yeah.
These are long races too.
Yeah, 45
and
minutes.
we had a late start, so it's around 1:38 or 1:40.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting in the afternoon, but
What happens in the afternoon? Better, worse, indifferent?
I say indifferent. But what happens is that it gets later, the sun starts to set. I feel like gradually the wind tends to usually soften up as the sun goes down and the lane cools down again. So we'd expect a build until the very end.
420s are getting ready to start.
Nice.
That's on another course.
Good to see that the rest of the fleets are getting off. Now over on the yellow fleet at the start line, looks like we're in a black flag.
Okay.
So we spoke about that earlier.
So don't mess up.
Don't mess up, because now if you're over in that last minute, you're going to be disqualified from the race. So we would not want to see that. We would not want to see that.
So I'm getting word. I got it's Chris Block over on the 420s course. He says they're getting ready to start over there.
It's good. It's good. Glad to have a good day of racing on Biscayne Bay.
Jenna Jenkins, my girl, she's saying we're live at the snack bar. She always gives me the updates. Thanks,
Love
Jenna.
it. Love it.
Hi to Jenna there at the snack bar. Send us some questions, some thoughts, some comments. All right, everybody.
Still looking here at this race to the finish. And again, the finish is you round those gates and you go right up to the upwind. And the finish line is going to be right by that reach mark at the top. So we got some boats finishing up there, looking to make some last minute gains.
All right. Okay, so we're getting ready. Let's see, we had any other questions that you have for us? Go ahead and inform us here on YouTube. We love to hear your questions, your comments. We're trying to get to everything. We are trying to figure out exactly how many races they're going to run today. Jackson said he thinks on this course probably about 4. And we just know that 420s are getting ready to get going also right now. We are going to try to zip over to some other courses here today as well. But we're just happy that we're having a day of sailing here. So a different story from yesterday. It looks like the wind is cooperating enough to get some good racing in and maybe test the patience of some folks here. Looks like we're getting back on the line here. This is yellow here, back on the line here, getting ready to start off again.
We're in that black flag, so beware.
Oh, the bird right there in the shot too.
Yeah.
Okay. So wait, how many knots did we go over that one? How many knots are we blowing right now?
We said about 6 knots.
About 6 knots.
Looks like it's building though. Though that orange flag is flying.
It does, right?
So maybe up to 8 knots or more. We'll see.
That's good news.
Nice view of the start line here. Perfect sighting there. So you see on that other boat that's anchored, the orange flags there. If you line them up perfectly, that's the start line.
Okay.
And for
Orange
the sailors,
to orange.
exactly.
To orange. Okay. Now I see at the start line a lot of the sailors are standing up in their boats. What's up with that?
So if you stand up higher, you can see more of the upwind.
Okay.
So you do that and try and get a better view of the course, because it allows you to get over the waves. All right, that's 1 minute.
That's 1 minute.
So now we're in the red zone here.
Okay. Looks like
In the spirit of Scott Hansen and NFL football, we're in the red zone.
we're in the red zone.
So that boat there, they were really close to the line. Not worth it. But it looks like the fleet's being more conservative here. Because again, they do not want to be called over in this last minute, because that'll be the end of your race here.
Renee is asking us any live coverage of ILCA 4. We hope so. We're trying to get as much coverage as we can on today. After, yep, I'm getting the signal. What do you say? Felipe?
Yep, we're
Okay,
going to
Felipe
try and get
says
across
yes.
to every course today and
Yes.
get everyone in.
Will you feature the I-420 fleet as well?
So we will not. The I-420 is being run out of a different regatta, so we will not be covering them today, unfortunately.
Oh, don't jump it. Looks like a
We
few were over there.
We had definitely some boats over there. We'll now see if this is a general recall. Sometimes they'll take extra long with these black flags to general it because remember, now that they need to note them all down,
It's a lot to note.
it's a lot to note.
So
But it looks
you
like they're
wanna be
letting
fair.
it looks like they're letting this go.
I don't hear any chatter about any numbers.
Neither do I. And the sailors are probably glad that the race committee is not looking from the drone because where we can see, they can't. And a lot of the strategy in the start is making sure that you're ahead, but also hidden from the race committee so that they can't see your sail number. Because if they can't write you down, they can't penalize you. So it looks like there are definitely some black flags, but those will have to be appeared on the score sheet later. And if you see a BFD on your score line, it stands for black flag disqualification, and it's the equivalent of a UFD for U flag. It just signals which flag it came from, so you're not confused.
Okay. Oh, we got Victor. Victor's got, I love it, Victor. Keep the comments coming. Victor says, find Argentina 4020. So we'll look for Argentina 4020, Victor. And then Victor says, I want to thank Coral Reef for this great championship from Argentina. Thank you, Victor from Argentina. Coral Reef Yacht Club is happy to always host this weekend. It's a great weekend. The club members are excited to be around the energy and all of the kids and all of the enthusiasm, and that's what Coral Reef Yacht Club is all about. It's about fostering sailing, love of the water, and exposing kids to something so magical that we have just outside our doorsteps here, and we're happy to share with the world.
Yeah, totally. And I think we're gonna maybe start pivoting, maybe look at some of the finishes here.
Okay.
And we're gonna
go to another course.
We're gonna
Which
do a different course. So we're gonna
it's gonna be a surprise.
We're gonna see. We'll surprise you
We're
soon,
going
but
to a
we'll
surprise course.
we'll pan to a video here, and we will get some more content for you.
Yep.
But then we'll check in soon in a few minutes from a different course to get you that update.
We'll be right back. Hey everybody, we are coming to you from the TUUCI, what do we call this? The headquarters, the
Global headquarters.
Headquarters here in Hialeah.
Mission control.
All right, mission control. This is where all the good stuff happens, where everything is made. Joining us here is the founder and CEO of TUUCI, Dugan Clark, and the incoming president, Lindsay Kissel. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Very excited. So tell us, first of all, thank you again for being the sponsor of the TUUCI International Orange Bowl Youth Regatta. Did I get that right?
That's a lot.
Okay, it is a lot. Why do you decide to participate in it? Why is this important?
It's a South Florida event. We're a South Florida company with marine roots and born here in Coral Gables, Coconut Grove in the Dade County area. But we're just so happy to support sailing on the water, lifestyles next to the water, youth sailing, and anything that gets kids on, under, above our bay and the ocean lifestyle.
Spreading the love of the water.
Yeah.
And tell me just, I know we interview Dugan every year because he's been a multi-year sponsor here of the regatta. So we're so happy to have you here, Lindsay. Tell me just about what TUUCI is for those who don't know.
Well, TUUCI is an incredible company where we focus on building, manufacturing, designing, engineering, outdoor shade equipment, and outdoor furniture. We have been around for 28 years, and so we've kind of seen this evolution of products come from very small products to very large products, and now we're sitting on our most recent product, our Canyon Crew dining chair.
So let's pick it up right there. It's like the heaviest chair. It's built for, I mean, you can put this on any big ship. It's not going to slide or anything. I know the furniture is kind of a newer addition to all of the umbrellas. Tell me about the furniture and what we need to know about.
Well, we leaned into our DNA and our marine nautical roots. We're a company that was started in a little boat shop in South Miami, and with nautical equipment, raw materials that are built for an ocean environment. So we constructed this with that kind of knowledge and that kind of DNA to not just live on a boat, but to live in your backyard and to live at a hotel or a hospitality restaurant anything seaside or anything even in the middle of the desert.
I love to play the Is It TUUCI game where you're at, Starbucks or the Four Seasons or Ritz-Carlton, whatever, and you get to look for, oh yeah, it's TUUCI, yay.
We love those TUUCI fans, and please send us those pictures. We love getting them.
It's a good game, right?
Yeah, that's
so
fun.
now you're incorporating your furniture, and my favorite, can I talk about my favorite part? I call it the artwork, because you are so unique with your umbrellas, but it's not called art, you call it
Softscapes.
Softscapes. So tell me about that, because there's a lot of that going on and it's so unique and beautiful.
Oh, well, Softscapes we just recently launched, and I feel like it's kind of a personal pet project for me, but also has been very well received out there in the environment, and our customers are really drawn to it. And what it is you basically have an opportunity to screen print or print on the underside or top side of an umbrella and really create a piece of art and make it your own. So it's beautiful. And just highly recommend adding a softscape to any of your outdoor shade products.
It kind of gives an umbrella and the shade an interior feel. So you're creating a little room outside, and our rooms have grown. Those umbrellas that just cover like a little table and chairs now cover an entire deep seating group, up to 24-foot square, and you can put wallpaper inside. You can light them, indirect ambient lighting. They have automation on them and stuff like that. So there's a lot that you can do to kind of make it feel like an outdoor room.
It's its own personality.
That's right.
We love that. Now, tell me about the importance of the company here in TUUCI and what it means for Miami. Because it is, you always say you are born in Miami. Your biggest showroom, your biggest plant is in Miami. Where else are you? And tell me about what it does for our community.
Well, we are a company that is 550 strong here in Dade County, and in 2 different locations. And so we're a large employer, and we employ every bit of the economy here, from engineering and administration, IT, industrial design, marketing, you name it, we've got it here. We have internships actually with both high school and college kids.
Nice.
That come through and can kind of do a rotation and get a little bit of the flavor of what the total economy represents, from manufacturing outside and drilling, milling, engineering, and working with your hands, all the way through to the creative parts of our business, and photography, graphic design, things like that. So
you're going to have every sailor now looking for an internship.
Bring them on. We
hey,
love
Mr.
it.
Clark, I'd like to work at your place too.
They bring a wonderful, heartbeat to the company.
And that's so nice. I actually did ask Dugan one time about my niece might need an internship. He's like, the answer is yes. So that's always nice to hear. You're always so supportive of all the kids here and everything. So brag a little bit about your incoming president. Tell me about her.
Well, she has been a right hand for me for 13 years, going on 14 years, and started in sales. We met through mutual friends here in South Florida, which a lot of the company comes from different contacts, personal contacts. But started in sales and then sales management, worked her way into product development and running our product development for the last 5 years, which has seen an explosion of new stuff, from furniture to planters to space making items, the explosion of products that we have in umbrellas and even shelter. We make pergolas and cabanas, and so we've expanded our capabilities and the design of what we're doing in 3 distinct categories now to kind of become more of an outdoor lifestyle company, an outdoor lifestyle brand. So Lindsay's been at the helm of that, and we keeping her busy. I'm just hoping that I can hang on to her coattails at this point. But all of the success we've had there and with her teams and have resulted in her ascending to now to become the president of the company.
Woohoo! I love the female president. You hear some work going on behind us here. That's good.
That means
right on cue.
Making stuff.
That means we're making stuff.
I know,
right.
that's music to our ears here, because it means that the work is happening here. So what now, Madam President? What is next? What's the plan? Give me the 5-year, and hopefully the Orange Bowl is a part of it.
Well, I think Orange Bowl will certainly be a part of it. I think we really love that sponsorship. Obviously, being close to the water, close to our roots is really important to us, and giving back to that community and kind of understanding how kids get involved in sailing and introducing them to that. But for the company, we've got a long road ahead of us as far as opportunities that are right at our doorstep. We're just trying to make good on all of them right now and take advantage of all of these things that are kind of coming up. The launching of furniture, launching of softscapes, launching of a number of new umbrellas, new cabanas, new pergolas. We've got a lot cooking. And so I'm happy to kind of continue on all of that trend and kind of ride that wave as we bring new exciting things to market.
And we are at the headquarters here, as we said, in Miami-Dade County, but you also have major plants where? Just so we know.
We have a very large facility in Vietnam. It's about half the size of what we do here. We do about 15% of our global production out of that facility, wholly owned and operated, about 100 people strong there. And then we've got 25 people in a wholly owned subsidiary for mostly distribution and some light manufacturing in the Netherlands. So we are, we are a global organization. We lean into our South Florida roots, the DNA of who we are here. But the sun shines all over the world, as it turns out. So we like putting our products where the sun shines and where people want some comfort.
Right.
So yeah.
And tell me about, you have a TUUCI sailing team. What do you do in that space?
So that's our M32 program, and that's a specific class of boat, a catamaran, very fast, very agile. And we were really pleased this summer. It's the regattas travel between Italy, South Florida here in Dade County, out of Shake a Leg Sailing Center that we support as well, and Rhode Island, or Newport. So last summer we won the North American Championship for that class of boats, which was great. And we just competed for the World Championship here, which just passed just before Thanksgiving, and we got second place, which we're thrilled about doing. It's a really great group of sailors. It's a great, the M32 team and manufacturing partners there that make the boats and they're so supportive of that class, obviously. And it's just it's a nice extension of what we do. We can get our clients, our crew members here involved in it, take them out for rides, bring them close to sailing, and get to have an idea of what we do, what the roots are, what marine rigging is. And that boat and that vehicle conveys that very well.
Very fun. Well, we know everyone's having a great time on the water. Hopefully the weather's going to hold out. Last year was a little bit of everything. So thank you so much for allowing us to come in here and have a conversation with you, and also for supporting the Orange Bowl Regatta every year. It wouldn't be the same without you. Thank you for bringing us into the TUUCI world and sharing everything you have with us.
Thank you for being here, and we appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
The passion for TUUCI came from my roots as a marine rigger. As a young adult, even in high school, when I was 13 years old, I worked in a small boatyard in Miami rigging custom boats. Learned how to work with my hands and materials that are from the marine industry. So when I had the opportunity to begin a company making umbrellas, I went directly to the boatyard that I started my career at, talked to my mentor, Fred Herman, and I said, hey, how'd you like to start an umbrella company here?
Dugan came to me with the idea to start an umbrella company. And we dedicated a small area and told him we'd help him with anything we could help him with.
I woke up one day with an inspiration to create a durable product, and it was just fun from day one, and it's continued to be fun since then.
You are on vacation when you're actually experiencing one of his umbrellas. And an umbrella really is probably a shallow term. It's really a shade architecture or an architectural structure or an art object or a sculpture.
I think the thing that inspires me most is the natural world, the environment that we live in and the environment that I grew up in here in Miami. Certainly the influences from a life on the ocean can be seen in all of our products, from the anodized aluminum and stainless steel components and polymer components that don't oxidize in this environment, to the actual design. Everything is pulled from the environment that we're in. Organic shapes, organic functionality.
I think that's Dugan's passion, is to really create art, and his experience with nautical engineering has come together as a nautical artist.
Well, first of all, dealing with Dugan Clark is oftentimes almost impossible. And the reason is because he's such a fanatic for the eye of the detail. And being in Miami is, quite frankly, unique because all of those cultures come together and form the innovation that is needed.
Every dealer, every rep that we have around the world is a reflection of our culture, and we are a reflection of their personal culture. It's a very symbiotic relationship. It's one that I never knew could happen or existed, and I'm so pleased and surprised that we have been able to establish those connections. Outside of TUUCI, I hope I'm the same person that I am inside of TUUCI. I am what I am. I'm a passionate entrepreneur. I'm a passionate sailor, boater. I'm a passionate family man. I'm a passionate friend. And I hope to share all of those passions with every new person I meet. It's a pleasure to be here on this planet.
The suspense is over. We are at our new race course, which is?
The Ilka course.
Yay! So we're at the Ilka course, and some good news.
Yeah, so we're getting all set up here. Looks like racing is happening over here as well. I think the Ilka 7s just finished a race. Looks like the Ilka 4s are currently on a race, and the 6s are in sequence.
So we are throwing our drone up in the air. We're going to get in position, and we're going to get a nice shot for you so we can hopefully be in position for the start of this race. So
Yeah.
tell us a little bit about the Ilkas.
So the Ilkas are a one-person boat. There are an Olympic class boat too. So this is one of the few boats, I guess the only boat in the Orange Bowl that is directly sailed in the Olympics. So there are 3 different classes, and I'll go into more detail. So the smallest is the Ilka 4, or formerly known as the Laser 4.7. It is, so again, all these boats have the same boat, but the difference is the actual rig. So the mast and the sail. So the Ilka 4 is the smallest sail. It's for people who are just out of the Opti, just starting out in the Ilka, and it's more of an introductory boat, but it's still very competitive, and still very competitive in the U.S. and across the world. And that one is not a Olympic boat. The next step up is the Ilka 6, which is the middle class, and it is a bigger sail. It is sailed by women in the Olympics, and it's a very competitive fleet all over the world. And then the finest, the highest step up is the Ilka 7, which is sailed in the Olympics by males. So those are the 3. Right now we have around 10 boats in the Ilka 7. I think a little over 100 in the Ilka 6, and around like 50 or so in the Ilka 4.
Now the Ilkas really have to do a lot with the size of the person.
They do. I think the Ilka, and maybe I'm biased having sailed them myself, but I think they're one of the most physical boats to sail, where some boats, they go really fast and they're fun. The Ilkas don't go very fast, and they're very physically demanding. So a lot of it, it's a lot of effort for maybe not that much.
Okay, what are we looking at
So
here?
now we're here in the start line. We're looking at the Ilka 6s, and the Ilka 6s are split into 2 fleets because, again, same concept as the Optis, trying to spread it all out. Everyone's at the pin here, so they must think that the left side of the course is much more favored, and they're in the last 30 seconds here, or excuse me, looks like we are postponed. So the AP just went up. So what'll happen sometimes is this is not for wind. This is where you're in the last minute, you're guaranteed to be general recalled. Everyone's over. And what they'll do is they'll just go right into postponement to just skip to that rather than waiting the full minute to general, wait another minute. This is a way to be more efficient and just get the race turned around once again. So in this case, we can see that the boats were all the way down at the left end of the line, right at the pin, which means that they think the left side is favored. And what'll happen is that when it's super skewed to one side and everyone is crowding for one spot, it tends to push everybody over the line. So what might happen in this situation is the race committee might decide to maybe readjust the start line to make it more even or skew to a different direction to make it easier for them to get a start off and try and spread the fleet across the entirety of the line and not just in one quadrant. I think that's what we just saw there in that start.
Okay. So now this is the 6.
This is the 6. And so we're back on us now, but I'll also add that on the Ilka 6s, on their start line, they have what's called a midline ball, which is there is a ball anchored, like a little buoy, anchored in the middle of the start line. And while it's not a marker of the course, what it does is it's meant to help out the sailors, and we have a shot of it here, to give them a reference of where the start line is.
Okay.
So it's honestly a very handy tool for a sailor. So when committees do that, it's very nice.
Now tell me about low wind in this boat. Is this challenging? Is it?
So I think it's less challenging than the Opti. So the Opti is pretty easy to tell by its square bow. The front of it is square, which means that if you hit any sort of wave, you're hitting it straight on. You're like it's stopping. It's hard to sail through. The Laser is a much sleeker design, so it's easier to cut through the waves, and it's also just a bigger sail area. So these boats are definitely much faster, much more maneuverable. I think a lot more fun to sail, and once you get the hang of it, it's really a great boat. And we talked about kinetics in the Opti, where if you rock your boat or move your rudder, you can get yellow flagged for it. Now in the Laser, this is especially important because frankly, the boat responds a lot better to the rocking. So in the Opti, the rocking is not as effective, but in the Laser, it's really effective. So judges are especially apparent here looking at these boats.
Now look at the screen right now. This is super cool because you can see all of the fleets.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Isn't that amazing?
It's incredible.
So can we make out what's what? Can your super eye do it?
Totally. So right in the foreground is the Ilkas. Then just behind the next fleet in the background is the 420s. And then in the very distance, the smallest sails, those are the Optis. That's where we were a few minutes ago. And that's it. And then the only fleet not in the frame is the green fleet because they sail a lot closer to land. They'll be off the left of our screen. But I mean, it's really cool. And I like to wonder what someone who is, if you're not a sailor out here and you're on the water and you see this, I wonder what you're thinking.
What's going
on the bay?
I think you put it together pretty quick.
And there's the green fleet now on the drone.
All right.
Right in front of Vizcaya there, which is a beautiful landmark of Miami. If you're visiting, check it out.
Absolutely, check it out. It's gorgeous.
30 seconds to clap flag up.
We're now back here at the Ilka 6 committee boat.
Yellow with under black flag.
And it looks like they're going into a black flag, we just heard. So
that means
be careful. Be careful. Don't be in that last minute. Now the PRO of the Laser is Tom McCormick, whose son Tommy is one of my best friends, and I think Tom is an amazing PRO, so they're lucky to have him.
It's like a giant family out here.
It honestly is. It honestly is. People call it a cult, but
but a good cult.
And a good one.
A really good one. All right. So we're hearing a few horns. We got a black flag.
So that was the, I believe that might have been postponement down. If we recall, they put a postponement to, or I stand corrected. That was 5 minutes. So
Okay.
the signal flag is up. We see that it's the green Ilka flag signaling that it's the Ilka, and then the yellow flag beneath it showing that this is the yellow fleet starting first.
30 seconds. The black flag up.
And compared to the Opti, where you can see the different colors by a streamer on the top of their sail, the Ilkas will have a colored band around their mast to help distinguish what fleet they're in. And it's harder to see from the drone angle, but for the race committee scoring, for them it's really easy. So right here with the side of the line, you can see how there's the start line with the orange flag, the opposite end there's the pin with the orange flag, in the middle there's the midline ball. And if you'll notice, it's not perfectly aligned with the line. And it's not really meant to be, because it's very hard to do. And a lot of the homework is making sure that you know how far back the midline ball is from the line. Because if you know that, in this case, the midline ball is around a boat length back from the line, you can then use that in your preparation to have a great start. I also see a sail from Trinidad and Tobago, so I'm wondering if maybe that was our shout out from yesterday.
Oh, hopefully so.
Hopefully
Let's
it was.
Trinidad and Tobago, that's Levi Brown.
Well, best of luck, Levi.
That's our solo Trinidad and Tobago sailor right there. We have a sailor from Argentina, a good handful from the Bahamas, Bermuda, Brazil, Canada, China, and in this Ilka 6 class, one from Spain. We had quite a few from Spain in the Optis. We have Mexico, we have Puerto Rico, Sweden, and as you said, Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, plenty.
2 minutes, the black flag down. 2 minutes, the black flag down.
So the race committee just announced that we have 2 minutes until a black flag down, and just another reminder that That last minute is the red zone, so be careful. But it looks like people are now lining up. And remember, that first start we watched, that was a general recall. Everybody was at the pin piled up. It seems that right now we're a little more spread out, but still, again, people are at the pin again. So we might see a similar outcome, but it just means that in this fleet, people are competitive, and the part of getting a great start is where you're on the line. If you know that left side of the line is favored, you're going to fight to be there, because winning that left side of the line might win you the race.
Wow. Let's see.
We'll see what happens. Nice shot here of USA 213073. And one little fun fact is that in the Opti, when you have sail numbers, every time there's a new boat, you add one number, but it goes by country. So each country has their own running count. In the laser, it's by class.
Okay.
So you'll see there's a whole other digit. There's 6 digits in a laser sail compared to 5 in an Opti sail, just because there's another order of magnitude more lasers across the world than there are in the Opti. So just a little fun fact.
Interesting.
And that's our pin boat there. So they're at the other end of the line. And the person sighting the line is actually my friend Manolo Campos, he was a teammate of mine at Penn and also from Miami. So
I interviewed him a year or two ago.
well, hopefully he is making some good calls.
Yeah.
I trust him.
If you were an avid watcher of the YouTube stream of the Orange Bowl, you remember
You would
an
know.
interview with him.
You would know.
That's right.
Great shot of the line here. We have 15 seconds until 1 minute.
Okay.
And one thing you'll see is you see a lot of boats that are on the other side of the pin, kind of hanging out there. Now my bet is that those are not boats starting right now, but rather people in the next fleet who are trying to watch the start, because they got a great view of the line and can see what's working out for this fleet ahead of them. Because again, if you're the next start, this is your telltale. This is your information. Take notes, watch it carefully, because knowing what happens here will tell you what to do in your start in the next race.
And you were talking about Manolo. He's one of the many, many, many volunteers we have out here. It's the volunteers that really keep this,
I mean, it really
this thing
is.
going.
It really is. And having worked as a volunteer in previous years, I mean, it really is the heart and soul of this regatta. It would not be possible without them. So, we thank them again.
Okay.
It's really great.
We heard 30 seconds to black flag down. Here we go.
Looks like we have some boats maybe over, pushing the line. We're 20 seconds left to start. 15 seconds, and looks like a big pile up here. This might be a general recall. We're gonna find out, because
It looks like a lot of rope.
I mean, you can't even see the pin anymore. So if you're the committee boat, what are you even looking at?
Right.
You can't see the flag, so you might have to call this one back.
That's 3 horns.
So that means we're at a general recall. So now, what this does is that, like I said, if you're over in the last minute, what happens is that with the black flag, you're still disqualified if you were written down.
Oh, you are?
You are, because this is the most extreme penalty possible.
But now they're not going to move them out of the way, because they'll just tell them at the end.
Well, no. So right now, they called everyone back. Everyone's going to come back to the starting area. The race committee will take a few minutes to go through their notes, compile the list of who was over, and they will put it on a big whiteboard.
Oh.
Hang it up on the back of the boat, say, oh, USA 1, USA 2, etc., who was over. They'll also announce it over the radio, and then if you're on that whiteboard, you're out of luck. It means
So
you
you're
were
just supposed to not even get
not
in the
even get in the line. Just wait it out and
Wow, that's a
do
lot of-
some self-reflecting.
But that's a lot of information to disseminate in the middle of the water.
It is, and honestly, it takes time. So you'll sometimes see, which I thought might have happened there, is that, again, when you know it's going to be general recall, you might just do a quick postponement in the sequence to kind of cancel it out and restart it. Because if you get postponed, and we have a good shot of the whiteboard here, we can switch to the other drone.
Oh yeah, let's see that.
The race committee is now, they're starting to write down those numbers, and we'll expect to see a big pileup of boats right around that whiteboard, trying to get the best view possible. So I mean, yeah, hoping they're not on that list, because that'll determine your next couple hours. But it is a lot of time, and that's why some
so if
people.
you're on that list, you're out for good, or you're just out for the next
race. So you have to sit out and watch. But remember, that could take time, because there might be more general recalls. The races take a long time. They got to come all the way around and restart. So it takes time, and
it's not time to self-reflect, as you say.
Self-reflect, and it's not fun. But
did they teach you that? Did they teach you these terms, like go self-reflect, or is this something you've come up with over the years?
I mean, when you do it many times, you kind of learn, and it's hard to sail for a long time and not end up on that list.
That's right.
Yeah, it's not fun, but it's part of the sport. And you learn, you live and you learn.
It looks like he's taking a lot of time to write down numbers. Okay,
Yeah.
wait, is he done here? Let's
He's
see.
not. So it looks like what he has there is, so the left side of that board is showing the different courses.
Okay.
So we see that the 4.7s are on a short outer, the Ilka 6 yellow is on an inner, the Ilka 6 blue is also on an inner, and then the Ilka 7's on an outer. Now the other half, so that's important information for what course it is. The other half of the board, you see it says Ilka 6 yellow, Y for yellow, which is what just happened, and then BFD, noting down black flag disqualification. So right now, I bet the group inside, they're probably on the radio with the people on the pin boat or on the phone, getting their list, compiling it with the committee boat list, and consolidating it. And they're not going to write it down here until they're certain, because they don't want to add any confusion. And obviously, this is a stressful part of a person's day if they're racing, and they want to make sure that what comes out is going to be accurate.
Right.
There we go.
I bet there's a lot of people contesting a lot of things at the end of the day, no?
There is, and you can do it, and you can file a redress is what it's called, where you ask the committee to review your score and review if you're over. Often they will listen to the audio tape of when the numbers were called over. They might have video to look at as well, and it can be hard because, if you were called over, chances were you were over, and I've tried myself in the past to get numbers called off, and they won't.
Isn't there like an automated system, like when you run a marathon, you put the thing on your shoe? Isn't there something like that for sailboats?
So it depends. So in some boats, yes, not in these, just because it's a very expensive piece of equipment, and it would be impossible to mandate the entire fleet to buy that themselves.
Right.
So and also it would be very expensive for the club to supply them. So we do it by just your eye shot. And honestly, I think that's a lot better. I think a big part of the sport is knowing how to work with, a human race committee, and knowing like what their line of sight is, what can they see, what can they not see, how to hide, because part of it is like it's like a hiding game on the line where you want to be as far forward as you can without being seen, because you might start and you're over, and the guy above you might get called over, but you might be hidden, and then in that case you get free. So that's definitely a big part of the sport. And,
strategy.
But yeah, the strategy. And there's some numbers getting written down there.
More numbers.
So we will have the fleet will be made aware very shortly. Looks like that's coming up right now.
All right. Now, what are you supposed to do? Go sail by the side of the boat?
So you go by the boat, you check it out, and if you're one of those numbers, it means that, and you see that big pile up there.
Mm-hmm.
If you're one of those numbers, that means that you unfortunately have to sit out for a race.
So what if you're on that board, but you race anyway?
So then you get what's called a DNE, which is the worst thing you can get on your score sheet, because a DNE stands for do not exclude. And as I mentioned yesterday, but I'll bring it up again, is that if we get a certain number of races in, it's either 5 or 6 depending on the class, then you can drop your lowest score. So if you are disqualified in a race, whether you're over early, you get protested, then you can then if that's your worst race at the end of the regatta, you can drop it and it won't count against you. However, if you get a DNE, or do not exclude, you can't drop it. You're stuck with that score, and that's really going to hurt you. So if you're over on this board, you're over that start, you don't want to race. It's not going to get better for you. You might be frustrated, but it's better to take a step back and just get ready for the next one.
So how many Orange Bowl regattas have you sailed in?
So I was thinking about it yesterday. I believe I did 4 or 5 in the Opti, and then I did 4 in the Ilka, and I was the Beachmaster the last 2 years. I commentated last year, and I'm back here now, so I think that 12
years.
If I can do math. So
we were talking about volunteer positions, and Beachmaster is one of them. So tell us what that entails.
Yeah, so I mean, when we're on the water, we're getting some radio now from the committee boat about the BFDs for this fleet.
8.
But in terms of the Beachmaster, no, look, we're all on the water, and it's a lot of it is making sure that people are safe, because when you're out here, you're independent, you're not always being watched, and we want to make sure that everybody who leaves shore is also back on shore accounted for at the end of the day. So the Beachmaster's job is to coordinate and facilitate that check-in and check-out process where everyone who leaves the shore is going to get checked off on a sheet, and then when you come back in, you check it back, you then cross-check to see who is missing, and if anyone did not check back in, you have to then contact their emergency contact to make sure that they're safe and they're good. And we have a whole host of safety chairs on the water on boats who do not come off the water until every last boat is accounted for, so that if, God forbid, there's an emergency, we have a whole staff in place to address it and make sure that everyone's accounted for.
Oh, it's amazing. Great system of checks and balances.
Yeah.
So we are waiting for this situation to get under hand here, and in the meantime, we're going to take a couple minutes to introduce you to a few of the coaches who are out here today, who we had an opportunity to speak with earlier. Take a listen to this.
So I'm here with
Maru Urban.
Maru, where are you from?
I'm from Brazil original, but I'm here in the United States for 8 years now.
So we just talked to your son Matias, but I'm curious from your perspective, what's the biggest change of going from Brazil to San Diego to Miami to now in Wisconsin? What's that been like?
The weather.
The weather?
I'm on the ice now.
Yeah?
It's like -20 and the lake is frozen and people are sailing ice boats. That's the coolest thing.
Do you prefer the cold weather or the warm weather?
The warm weather. I love the beach and the ocean, but it's fine. I'm handling really well, and the ice boats are something really good.
So you've coached now for a few Orange Bowls, but you keep coming back. What keeps bringing you back to Orange Bowl for Christmas?
Well, this is my first Orange Bowl in Optis, so I'm helping Lysot, and the reason I moved a little back to Optis is because I want to help my son. So it's an interesting perspective now doing this different. I see Orange Bowl for like the past 6 years in lasers, and we did amazing, including you, right? You were second in one Orange Bowl. So yeah, it's just, I love Orange Bowl. You know, it's the time that everybody's here testing equipment, testing the limits, and we are working hard because Matias is going to Brazilian Nationals in Brazil, January 3rd. So this is his main practice for the Nationals.
That's really exciting. I'm curious, what's it like having, your son as one of your competitors? How's that made you a better coach, a better parent? What's that experience been like?
Yeah, that has been a really challenge for both of us. We are working a lot to get together on this. It's not easy. So the recommendation is I do not coach him. So he's with Coconut Grove Sailing Club. Koki does a great job up there, and I handle him to Koki. But I'm looking from far, and then when we get back home, we talk a little bit. I give him some advice. Sometimes in Wisconsin, I coach him most of the time there, and I'm coaching him for Brazilian National. So we are trying to straighten this relationship that is really hard. It's hard to listen to dads. You don't listen to your dad, you listen more to me, and he is the same. It's just the relationship the way it is.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Maru. Best of luck, and hopefully you enjoy the warm weather because you're going back to Wisconsin pretty soon.
Thank you. Have a good regatta.
So, Coach Michael, how many Orange Bowls have you done so far?
This is my 15 or 16, I think. I have the honor to be here. This will be started in 2007. So I just another one. And we are here just to serve the kids once again. It's not what we can get from them, or it's how we can make them better, building that confidence and leave an impact in these kids. Any kids that we can get a little bit of the fruits of what we have so much, it's for them whenever they leave, you go, wow, I did another Orange Bowl. Like you did. Look at you. I'm very proud that you continue coming, and you could choose do something better. After college, you worked very hard, and now look where you are now.
Well, I'll say I've said with a lot of coaches, and you are easily the most inspiring one. And you always have kind words and words of wisdom. Where do you get it from? What's inspired you to inspire other people?
I think it's called necessity. And I discovered that as a human being, when you can, I love to read. And I read many years ago, an important message is, I'm just gonna go and put it this way, very simple. If you plant a seed, any seed, apples, pineapples, rice, anything, what do you harvest? You're gonna harvest what you plant. So, and I believe that if you can, as a coach, as any human being, anything you do, once you plant that seed, that is what you're gonna harvest. And that's as always trying to do with these kids. And you're part of one of those there too. If I help one kid to believe that they can achieve anything in their life, I think we plant that seed of good, and then we will harvest the fruits. Like, you're one of them too. We can walk around, yes, we can walk around and we can see hundreds of thousands of kids that we have planting that seed, but I cannot take all the honor. For me, the honor goes to your parents, but to God. He was the one who gave me that opportunity.
Well, I mean, I can totally vouch for all of that. I think it's really made an impact on my life. And I'll tell anyone watching, if you're a parent whose kid maybe is not sailing yet and they don't know where to start, this is where you need to start, right here. It's the place. So,
well, I take the honor, but also the institution, the club support, mom and dad support. You have to be grateful. Anything you do, you need to be grateful. And always go back, like you do in Jackson and many of the kids who are going through our program here, going back to the foundation, which is that's the key of the values that you guys have. But we got 5 core values again, like I told you, is respect, integrity, kindness, perseverance, peace, and love. If you can practice all this, you can change the world for the good and better every day. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Michael. Best of luck for the regatta. And
you're welcome.
Good seeing you around. We'll see you around more.
I love you, man. Let's go.
So I'm here with Coach Omari from Core Reef Yacht Club. Omari, tell us a bit about yourself, where you're from, how many Orange Bowls you've done so far.
Yeah, so I'm from Antigua and Barbuda, small island in the Caribbean. I've been at Core Reef now, I think going on 12 years. So I've been here for a long time. So yeah, you could do the math there, but I've done quite a bit of Orange Bowls as the coach here, but also before then I was coaching other countries as well. So I've done quite a bit of Orange Bowls coming up, yeah.
What would you say is your best Orange Bowl memory?
Wow, that's a hard question. I mean, I'm very driven about the kids that are here are very competitive, and it's their home club. So usually when we have successful years in Orange Bowl is always very good for me because I get to celebrate because it's good for them, but it's also good for me as well. So one specific moment I can't remember, but we have had some good years in Orange Bowl, which includes you sometimes because you were part of that team for a long time. So definitely had some great memories and really good results as a team. So we were always happy when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, and we're here in beautiful Miami as well. How do you think that sailing in Miami stacks up against other places in the world?
I mean, it'll be very hard to get me out of this place, I'll tell you that. I really love it here. It just reminds me of a larger Caribbean island, right? Like just a Caribbean island on a larger scale. I hate the cold, so this works out perfectly, and it gives us an advantage because we're able to train all year round. We really don't have a real winter, hence the reason why we're here now in December, and it's nice and sunny and probably 80 degrees. So it is for me one of the best places in the world just because you'll be able to do that. It's also really good for training because it's the bay that we sail in is really shallow. So when you're doing your drills and training, it's easy to train because you're able to move marks around very quickly. So for me, it's probably the best place in the world just because of that. And then the weather and the environment just adds to it.
Totally. Well, I'll say that I've sailed a lot of coaches in my life, and Mari stacks up as one of the top few. So it's always great to see you around here.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah,
as
man.
always, good to see you, man. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
15 seconds until the black flag down.
Until the class flag down. So this start's about to be underway.
Okay, great.
So we're back from it's the Oka 6, the yellow fleet. They're about to start. They did the whole general recall process, and now we're gonna see go right there.
That was the go?
That was the go, and
It
it
looks
seems like all clear. Again, now people have learned their lesson. They're a little further back, and I think we got a clear
Clean
start.
Nice.
So
we're off.
And now, if you look at this one boat here who's really ahead, we have USA 214571. Now what happened here is that a lot of times when people are more conservative, we get what's called a line sag, which is the opposite of a line bulge, which we talked about. This is where people in the middle of the line are way further back. And if you recognize that this is happening, you can do what this boat did here, 214571, and just start like way ahead.
That's Griffin Roberts.
Griffin Roberts. So, I mean, look, Griffin read it perfectly, and now he is totally ahead. just because of the sag.
Yeah. So what did he do? Tell because he looked like he was all alone there. At the
He was
beginning.
all alone there, and it's just because, for one, there's the midline ball, which gives you a nice reference point of where the line is.
Right.
You can see that no one was even near it. And maybe because they didn't trust where it was, and maybe they weren't sure. But, I mean, if you do your homework and you know exactly how far that ball is from the line, you can just park yourself right next to it, and you know that you're going to be on the line. So if anyone else is not near it, you can trust in yourself because you know you've lined up the geometry and you know it's right. So now here, you see every boat now is tacked over onto port. This is what we usually call a flop start. So it means that the left side is very favored, which is why we've seen that big pile up at the pin the last few starts. And they're there because they know that they'll be able to tack early and then cross the fleet. So we see those boats that won the pin and tacked soon over are going to be really far ahead. We have 2 boats here looking nice. We'll get a nice view of them as we get closer.
Okay.
So we have Argentina 226510.
So Argentina, that's going to be Joaquin Galvin.
And then we also have Spain 225111.
Spain.
Which is Nico. So Nico and Joaquin are in a great spot now. I mean, I love to be where they are because, again, they won that pin. They were one of the first boats to tack out cleanly, and now they're riding that lift on top of the fleet up to the mark. And these boats, I mean, maybe I'm partial, but I think the Laser is one of the most beautiful boats in the course. I think it's like
beautiful.
Looks really nice.
I like the 420s when they put the spinnaker out.
Yeah, with the different colors.
Fun. So just so folks know, we are trying to hit every course today since yesterday, we didn't get to shoot any sailing. So today we are trying to hit everybody. We were at Red, White, and Blue. We're at Lasers now, Ilka 6, and we're going to head over to the 420s and then hopefully round it out with the green fleet. So we are really trying to get a little bit of everything in today, doing our very, very best.
Some more boats here. Really, really nice angle here. And you can see that everyone is on port here. Now, one thing about Lasers that are different is that you're allowed to have a digital compass on your boat.
Oh.
And it's very helpful because it means that you can know to the degree where you're pointing and use that to line up the geometry of the course and know what tack you want to be on. So what you do is you can first figure out exactly where the wind's coming from and then also see what your upwind angles are. And as you watch your angles change in a straight line, you know that it might be better to make a different maneuver, and you can mathematically plan out a great strategy that you can, stay true to, and it works really well.
So if you're good at math, are you good at sailing?
To a degree.
No pun intended.
Yeah,
to a degree.
I don't think the math isn't that hard, it's just addition, but if you know how to use a compass, it's very helpful.
Okay, we got a nice shot there of 148049. That's Daniel Burns, Annapolis Yacht Club.
Nice start by Daniel. He's in a really great spot here. We also have 223201. And he's right now on what we call Daniel's hip.
Okay.
So when you're right behind someone and just windward of them, it's a spot you can hold, but it's hard to do. And if you can become good at maintaining those lanes, it's a very strong tool to have. And looks like we have Maya. Maya did a nice job of that. I actually spoke to Maya at college night last night. So
oh, nice.
Nice to see Maya on the
Maya
course now.
Lim Laurie. Maybe she'll be at Penn with you. You
Yeah,
never
we'll see.
know.
Maya said she's from Singapore as well.
Oh,
so
wow, okay.
Traveling all the way from there.
Amazing. You got a good memory, Jackson.
Do I?
Yeah, you remember names, boats, people you met last night. That's
Well,
pretty
I try.
impressive.
I try.
Pretty good. How many people were at college night, roughly?
I mean, I would say over 100 for sure.
Yeah.
It was very crowded, and I was tunnel vision on the people right in front of me talking to them, and I was trying to not stay distracted. But it was a lot. It was fun.
I'm sure you represented your school well.
I try my best, but it was good to see all the interest, and I always look forward to it. So
That's awesome.
It's good to be
Sounds
there.
like fun.
Your Bermuda 209675 looks like they're in a really nice spot as well. And some more boats further upwind of them.
Our Bermuda, this is our solo Bermuda sailor in Ilka 6, Miguel Power.
Nice job, Miguel. Miguel's in a great spot.
Great shot right there.
And so the Lasers too, another difference is that their masts are made of carbon fiber.
Oh, so is it bending?
So it's very flexible,
Mhm.
and they're really lightweight. And you can see that the mast here, you can see how curved it is, but naturally the mast will be perfectly straight. And what does that is that you put a lot of vang on to get that curvature, because the sails themselves are curved and the masts are straight. So you try and use the vang to have the curvature of the mast match the curvature of the sail, which gives you the best sail shape for speed.
Perfect.
And for those that don't know, the vang is a control that pulls down on the boom and uses that to pull back on the sail, which then curves the mast backwards towards the stern of the boat.
Okay, checking YouTube. So if anyone has any questions, any thoughts, any comments, and they want to add it in on YouTube, we are happy to answer to the best of our ability and share with you any information we can.
It looks like we're going to pan over now to the start line of the other ILCA 6 fleet. So they're in a U flag, so not in a black flag. So one thing is that while one fleet might be very aggressive and misbehaving under a black flag, if the other fleet is good, then they won't get punished for it. So they're still on a U flag, and they're almost in the last minute here. But again, the goal is not to penalize anyone, but just get off fair racing and do whatever it takes to do that. And that was 1 minute, so the U flag is down. So we're in the final minute here. We're seeing a similar setup with boats now crowding towards the pin, because that left side is favored. If we recall that the start before that was a flop start where everyone tacked over quickly. So having been the second start and watched that, these boats are now trying to execute the same plan and be all the way at the end there, and hopefully use that to have a big lead early on.
Okay, got a few comments here. Kim Sawyer, absolutely love watching my son Sterling Sawyer, 16102 from Lakewood Yacht Club, watching from work back here in Texas. Thanks for doing the live stream. You guys are the best. I love that. Okay, another person from Texas, Jackie Field. Thanks. Oh no, that's TX. Thanks for broadcasting. Go Bermuda and Canada. Okay, great. And we have Go Hudson Ezra. Go for Bermuda. Thank you, TUUCI, for the Youth Regatta Orange Bowl. That's from Linda. Catalina says, go Coach Michael. Oh, everybody loves Coach Michael.
I do too.
Coach Michael's looking solid. Catalina also says, we love you. Thank you, Catalina. We love you too. Mariella says, can we please see the red, white, and blue? Okay, that was earlier, so we definitely did the red, white, and blue. And now we are at ILCA's. We're hoping to head over to 420s and then Green Fleet. That is the plan as we speak.
And this race just started.
Okay, great. What's going on?
And looks like exactly what we talked about is happening. And the boats that won the pin there did a quick tack over, and now they are looking really nice. We have Brazil 217608.
217608 from Brazil. That's Eric Scheit.
Oh, so fun fact for viewers is that Eric's dad is a sailor named Robert Scheit, who is considered the best laser sailor in history.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay,
Like
no pressure, Eric.
Yeah, many world titles, many Olympic gold medals.
Wow.
Some consider him the best sailor ever.
Really?
So
Wow.
yeah, it's really
Is
cool.
he here?
I'm not sure.
Is he watching? Hey,
I'm not sure.
if you're watching,
if he
text
is,
us.
If he is,
Send us a
we hope
message
you're
on
enjoying
YouTube.
the stream.
Yes.
But Eric's also been great, and Eric sails now with my former team at Key Biscayne Yacht Club
Amazing.
with Coach Pedro Mascarenas, who coached me when I was in the ILCA, and it's nice to see that team.
So how does that work
continuing.
then if he's from Brazil and he sails with Key Biscayne Yacht Club?
So I think whenever international sailors do U.S. circuit events, they'll find a local team to team up with. So
okay.
maybe back home, wherever you're from, Brazil, Europe, etc., you'll have a home club, but when you travel across the world,
Yeah.
you might just join up with the team, because it's better to have a critical mass of boats. So now we're back at the ILCA 6 Yellow, and they are and they're now at the top of the beat. So it looks like they're rounding, and we believe that they are in an inner loop. So we'll see what happens here on this downwind and this top mark. But again, now they're rounding. They're going to be heading back down to the next mark. And again, these top marks can be very crowded, and it's easy to get greedy and try and squeeze out a couple boats. But sometimes it's better to take the conservative route and live the fight another day, as I like to say. Because it's easy. You'll never win a race in this rounding, but you can definitely lose it.
So what's it like going from opties to lasers? Is that exciting? Is that like, look, I made it? What's going on?
I think it's really exciting. For one, it's definitely a level up. The fleet feels more competitive.
Mm-hmm.
You now sail against adults too sometimes, not in the Orange Bowl, which is a youth regatta, but at a lot of other events you'll have people of all ages sail in them. It's much more powerful boat, so it requires you to be in better shape, and really brings out the athlete in a sailor.
Mm-hmm.
And also, it's just I mean, it's just I don't know. It's a different boat. There's definitely a big global presence, so it's easy to go to Europe for and a lot of sailors. But I think that moving up to the laser is like a really big step. And look, I sailed lasers in high school. I loved it. I'm really grateful I did. I think that if you're looking to sail in college as well, I'll note that I think if you look at the stats, 90% of college sailors of the year, which is the most prestigious award in college sailing over the last few decades, have all been laser sailors.
Okay.
So a lot of college coaches like laser sailors because, for one, you sail the boat yourself, so you know how to do everything. You know how to multitask, and also it's just, I mean, it's a great boat with a lot of history and a big competitive fleet.
Look at this. We got some action here. Oh, boy, that was close.
Canada,
What's going on? We got someone going.
225141. So what's happening here is that when you're on different tacks, the boat that's on starboard tack, so they're sitting on the right side of the boat with the sail on the opposite side, they have what's called right of way, where the other boats on the port tack have to avoid them. And now if you're a port boat approaching a starboard boat, you have two options. You can either tack and go with them to avoid them, or you can duck behind them and continue on port. And this depends on what your plan is. If you like, in this case, the left side, you'd want to tack and lead people back left. But let's say you don't agree with what that boat's doing and you want to keep going right, it's better to just duck them, get some speed, and keep going. So especially early on when the fleet's very condensed, there's a lot of those boat-on-boat situations. And it's really important to have a plan for each one because each one can cost you little boat lengths. And after a long race, every little foot, meter, boat length you lose will add up and it'll cost you points in the score sheet.
It looks a bit like chaos.
It is, but it's finally controlled chaos.
It's finally controlled chaos. They know what's going on.
They do.
They know what's going on.
And now we see...
What's off to our right there?
So those are, I believe, the Ilka 4s
Okay.
or Ilka 7s, whatever fleet is behind. And on this upwind race, though, we see another one of those intersections of boats coming downwind, some going upwind. Reminder to stay aware.
All right, look at that. We
Look
got
at
a
this.
great shot of this
Great
sailor.
shot here. So in the laser, you do something what's called S-turning, where you like to roll to windward, kind of go leeward, heel to leeward, turn back up, and that act of kind of carving downwind is incredibly fast.
This is Joaquin Galvan from Argentina.
So Joaquin and his brother Benjamin actually both sailed with me when I was in Key Biscayne years ago, and they've since been very successful. I think Joaquin was, in the top 10 of the World Championship this past year. So,
wow. And he's also sailing with Key Biscayne.
With Key Biscayne, and it just shows like the caliber of sailors we have here at this regatta. People really do come from around the world to be here because it is, considered a high-level championship.
We were just talking about the Scheidt family, so we got a message from them. We are watching Jean Tar and Robert Scheidt.
Well, nice to see you guys watching.
Go
We're
Eric.
Going for Eric. Looks like he had a good
Yay.
start,
Cute.
and we'll cut to him at some point in the race. But
That's so cute.
glad to see you guys also sailing with Coach Pedro and Key Biscayne because that's a great team, and I think I attribute a lot of my success and love for the sport to that program. So
Amazing.
glad
Here
to
we
see
are
it's still
back with
successful.
Joaquin Galvan.
Yeah, looking great here. And one thing about the laser too is that they love to sail by the lee.
Mm-hmm.
So sailing by the lee is when you go below the downwind angle where the wind is now coming from the back, the leech of your sail in reverse. And for the laser, it's very fast.
Mhm.
So you'll see a lot of sailors doing that where their sails are very far out, almost pointing more than 90 degrees perpendicular to the boat. And they're using that to get a lot of speed. And now we have the leaders of this fleet rounding the gate marks to go back upwind for their second beat.
Let's try to catch some of those sail numbers there.
Let's see, we got Spain 225111.
Okay, K.
And we have USA 222144.
222144 Danielle Lynch Smith. Oh no, that's 9944. 222.
And then as we look at the different sailors, one thing to point out is that, sailing is one of the few sports that is, it's fully open across genders in one competition. And it's cool to see, guys, girls, everyone sailing in one fleet. It's also one of the sports where, both are equally competitive. And, I think it's really special to see. And we talked to some sailors yesterday about what it means to, for example, be a woman in a co-ed sport. And I think it really makes the sport great, and it's fun to see that. And it's across It's across all the fleets, not just lasers, but also the Opti, the 420, Green Fleet.
Even playing field.
Yeah, even
Let
playing
me
field is
correct
great.
myself. 222144 is Miles Julian from TUUCI Racing.
Nice. I'm actually good friends with the Julian family. I know their
Nice.
their older brother. His older brother is my age, is Jake. So
Good to
glad
see
to
Miles in
see him out there. They also sail the M32 in their
Nice.
free time, which is a nice high performance boat.
They must be in good
So,
shape.
Yeah, they are. But and great people above all else.
And we did have on the screen a minute ago 222141. That's Kyla Benish.
Another Miami native, Corey
Yeah.
member.
Yep,
Nice
Corey
to see
member.
Corey representing well on the stage.
Her dad's a sponsor, by the
Yeah,
way.
Benish Investment Group.
Yep.
Check them out if you have not already.
Yep. Hey, you're graduating from Wharton soon, right?
Yeah. They might expect a phone call.
There you go. Laying the
Um,
groundwork. See, sailing's not just good for taking in the environment.
Exactly. But so here's the second beat here of the fleet going upwind, and the lasers have a slightly different course where they go upwind, come back down. So now we're looking back at the other Ilka 6 course. So this is the Ilka 6, the blue fleet, and they just came upwind with their first beat. Now they're going back downwind, following the same path that the yellow fleet just did.
Beautiful.
So we see this top mark rounding, some tight roundings here. We have Canada 225141, just had a really nice move there. Tight cross, but they made it safely around.
That's Enzo Bilio from
Yep.
Canada.
Nice work, Enzo. We also see USA 222029. Looks like they're having a nice race here in the leading pack.
222029. That's Benjamin Rosen.
Nice work, Benjamin. This is looking to be a good start for him. We have someone from the Bahamas, 226382.
382. That's from Team Bahamas. That's Emmanuel Alexiou. Lightford K Sailing.
Nice. And tight roundings here, but making it work. And we see Sweden, 223389. Just rounded the mark there.
See, so that's Max Bergval.
Nice work,
Bergvale.
Max.
Key Biscayne Yacht Club.
I met some Swedish sailors last night at college night, and it was fun to learn about international sailors want to come sail in college in the U.S.
Of course.
And it's cool to see how that extends.
Where is sailing the strongest? Like, is it stronger in the U.S. than anywhere else in the world, or what would you say?
I think that's up for debate. I mean, everyone in the world thinks that they're the best sailors.
But where is it the strongest? Like, where do you see the most numbers?
It depends. It depends. I think a lot of Europe, it's really big. In the U.S., it is big. It really varies. And you know, obviously it depends if you're near the water. If you're on the water, there's probably gonna be more sailing than if you're out in the prairie. But
right, that's for sure.
Depends. I mean, I've heard 10 different cities be called the sailing capital of the world. So I don't.
They name themselves.
They all name themselves,
That's
and
right.
it's up for. I'll let you guys decide what you think is the best sailing place in the world. But yeah, I'm partial to Biscayne Bay.
Hey, me too.
I think we have a great setup here, and I love being from here. I'm always proud when people ask me where I'm from, and I say I'm from Miami.
Yeah, same. Born and raised, right?
Born and
You're
raised.
a native?
I am.
Same.
I am. My dad was as well.
Your dad, we should say, your dad was the Commodore of Coral Reef Yacht Club.
He was a couple years ago.
Yeah, maybe like, what, 3 years ago?
I think it was less than that. 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
It was my senior year of high school and freshman year of college.
Okay.
That overlapping year.
Well, he was a great Commodore and a very, very nice guy. Still is.
I'm glad.
He
Did a good job.
yeah, he was out here yesterday.
He was working as a safety boat.
Yep.
And it's funny, like, I mean, at this point now, I'm not in the event anymore. My sister isn't. But for the parents, you know, this is like part of their lives. They come
Right,
to
they
Orangeville
don't-
every year. They're like, what am I going to do in this week other than be at Orangeville? So they're out helping out the race committee, and it really keeps the chain going.
Well, it's important to have people who've been around a while who really get it and understand it. I mean, it's everything.
Yeah, it is. And it really adds to the sport, but also great to have new families come in as well.
Of course.
We have a nice shot here of downwind here with USA 222166. And also one thing I'll add is that if you notice that on the tops of all the Ilka 6 sails, there's a smaller number. And the race committee will do this because the numbers they're long in the Ilka 6 and the laser. And to make it easier for them, they use the top number to make it easier to write down the scores and OCSs.
Okay.
And here we've panned back to Eric Scheidt having a nice downwind here.
Nice. And that 222166, that was Cole Franchi.
So Cole's having a nice downwind. We'll see how he wraps up this leg. But remember, this fleet's going downwind, and I believe they are going to be ready to come back upwind for their second beat afterwards. And in standby, we still have the Ilka 4s and Ilka 7s ready to go. And right here we have Brazil 216667. Another Brazilian.
That's Enzo.
So Enzo is looking good here, right there with his fellow Brazilian Eric. So we'll see which Brazilian comes out on top in this race. Fun fact is that all of my laser coaches were always Brazilian.
Oh.
All 4 of them.
Wow.
By coincidence. So something about lasers and Brazilians, they tend to stick together.
They do. The good coaches?
Yeah, great coaches.
Good.
I mean, made me love the boat. So I'm still here because of them.
That's amazing. Great shot there.
So again, you see that S turning there where they're really carving up and carving down. And even in this light breeze, it's really powerful. And it's also well within the rules too. So you can push the limits without getting yellow flag. Because remember, we have those umpires out here keeping everyone honest. Nice lead here for Enzo. Looks like he might be in the lead here. There's a nice close-up shot of him.
Beautiful.
And what people do is you can see he's grabbing the main sheet directly from the boom, which in this really light wind, what it does is it eliminates a purchase from the main sheet system, and it can make it a lot easier to feel the wind. And maybe I'm speaking with too much jargon, but it's like you can recognize a veteran sailor when you see them doing that. So he's rounding the gate here.
So he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. I mean, he's winning the race, so
yeah,
seems to be proving it to us. Rounded here, and what he did there is that quick tack up to get upwind is a nice defensive position because he goes right back, and now that second place boat is right in his wind shadow.
Okay.
So he set himself up nicely to have a defensive position on the second beat. And again, speaking of roll tacks, we mentioned in the Opti where you want to roll that boat and flatten it hard to accelerate. In the laser, it's especially powerful. If you can roll tack well, you have a huge advantage over your competitor. So a lot of practice in the laser is just how to roll tack, how to roll jive, honestly how to roll the boat in general and do it within the rules but also effectively. And if you're good at that, you're going to be very solid. Here there's these gate roundings here. It seems everyone is rounding that left gate, but see some boats here going the other way. And again, in the gate, there's a big decision to make because it's a great opportunity to split from the fleet. And if you split, you take on risk and you might make some big gains, but you're also putting a lot of at stake. Risk, lose a lot as well. But it seems like some boats here, we have USA 220026. They're banking on that right side coming in, so they're hoping that a righty will come in and they can cross the fleet and make some big gains in the second beat. And then also we see on the other boat, there's a lot of traffic there, the other gate. So if you're a boat coming downwind and you see that big pile of the boats, you might want to avoid it because if you're on the bottom of it, we see some boats down there below that pack, you're totally out of the wind and you're losing a lot because you have no speed. So it's better sometimes to pick the less rounded gate even if it's not as favored. And this gives us a nice view of both gates to see a broader perspective.
So we got the wind we needed finally.
I know, I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah, right?
I mean,
how do you feel it? What does it feel like now to you?
I think it's also around 6 knots over here.
Nice.
I think there are moments that felt windier, moments that felt lighter. But I think we should expect this to hold for the rest of the day. So
that's good.
Get as much as we can.
Well, you were saying that you've been in races where you haven't had wind one day, but you've never been in races where you haven't had wind for 2 days, right?
So at other regattas, yes. Never at Orangeville.
Right.
I feel like Biscayne Bay is usually old reliable.
That's right.
But,
okay.
I mean, last week was a great wind. It was super windy, sometimes too windy to sail. And it's funny how things can change so rapidly over the course of a few days. And we have this cold front just north of us that's affecting this breeze, and it's going to be what's fueling our winds tomorrow. So tomorrow, right now the wind is from about the southeast, and tomorrow we're expecting a northwesterly, which is a 180 from where we are now, and that's going to be because of the cold front. Because the sea breeze likes to come in from anything with an eastern component is sea breeze. Anything from a western component off the land is going to be some other weather systems. Nice view here of USA 223362. They got a nice leader in that other boat.
223362.
Yep.
That's Tegan O'Quinn.
Nice work, Tegan.
Key Biscayne Yacht Club.
I coached Keegan at the Key Biscayne Yacht Club Clinic last week.
Oh, did you?
I helped out with one day there and got to meet all of them and coach them all, so it was fun.
So how do these clinics work leading up to the regatta?
So, look, a lot of people travel in for these events, and they want to make sure that if they're here, they make it a whole vacation, so they'll come way in
Early.
advance and just, rather than having to travel on Christmas Day,
Right.
they'd rather come ahead of time and just be able to be here and relax. So they'll try and get some practice in on the home venue to get warmed up. So a lot of programs on the bay, whether it's Coral Reef, Key Biscayne Yacht Club, Coconut Grove Sailing Club, they will all host a clinic where they bring a lot of top coaches in,
Nice.
a lot of sailors from around the country and the world, and they all train together on the bay and kind of just get warmed up. And it's a nice intro to the event.
Nice.
And I helped out at the one over at Key Biscayne.
22482. That's Alessandro Mazzi.
Nice work, Alessandro.
482.
With Team Lage.
Terrific.
And they're again here up on their second beat.
Okay.
Nice view here of this upwind here. There's that Canadian boat again,
Nice.
225141. We saw them earlier.
Yep. Enzo.
Nice close up here of Enzo. You can see there he's making some adjustments. So when you're sailing too, some people think that you're kind of just sitting there and going and holding in a straight line, but you're constantly adjusting because as the wind's changing, as the waves are changing, you also need to be adapting. And that's going to be tuning the shape of your sail, tuning your body position, how far your shoulders are out, how you're steering. So there's a lot of fine tuning being done, and it's incrementally small changes, but they really do add up over the long run because in these races, these are 45-minute, hour-long races. So if you can be constantly improving every aspect of your boat as you're going, it quickly adds up. And speed changes over time are the most powerful in long course racing.
So what are you working out the most? It looks like you're doing sit-ups there.
Yeah, I mean, people always ask me, they're like, "Oh, do you need to be in shape to be a sailor?" And I always get insulted. But I always say that in this boat, you're probably working out your core the most, and then also your quads when it's windy, and then your back when you're pulling in on all the controls and the main sheet.
So is there like a land exercise that helps you the most? Like I would think like Pilates or planking or.
Yeah, I think a lot of full body. A lot of full body exercises.
Right.
My coaches growing up would always make us do wall sits because it really makes your quads burn and gets you trained for that, and also a lot of planks because, again, you get your core engaged. But the best exercise is you can get what's called a hiking bench, where it's like a bench on land where you can strap your feet into it and basically simulate hiking, and it makes you work on your core. And I remember that I had one as a kid. And my parents would let me use my PlayStation if I was hiking on the hiking bench while I would play PlayStation.
I like that. That's a great idea.
But so here we have, looks like the leader of that yellow fleet, which I think might have been Joaquin.
Let me see.
It's Argentina 226510.
Argentina, yep, Joaquin.
So Joaquin looks like he's still leading this race, and we also have Bahama 222097.
That's 097. That's Finley McKinney Lambert.
Well, nice job here for Joaquin and Finley. So for the lasers here, they're on their last downwind. They will then round the gate, and then round it to and jibe to port, and then finish on a finish line below the start line.
Yeah.
So at this point, if you're in the front pack here, there aren't many gains to be made. You're pretty locked into your position. You might have a couple boats to change up, but right now you're kind of just on the home stretch and maybe doing a little celebration in your head right now.
That's a good feeling.
That is a great feeling.
Yep. So
nice view of the
Joaquin
skyline there in the
Finley.
background as well.
Miami does not disappoint.
Not at all. And you can see as well that as these races progress, they really get more and more separated. If we recall the start, everyone is really congested, people ducking each other, lee-bowing.
The chaos.
The chaos, the harmonious chaos.
Yes.
But as the race goes on for 45 minutes, an hour, it really spreads out, and it means that it's harder to pass boats. So it puts more and more emphasis on that start. If you can get ahead early, chances are you'll be ahead at the end.
That's the trick.
We also have 222144 USA.
Okay.
So it looks like Joaquin Finley in this boat might be rounding out the top 3 for this race.
222144. That's Miles.
Nice
Julian,
work,
TUUCI,
Miles.
TUUCI Racing. Go TUUCI.
Nice work.
Yeah, but big thank you to our sponsors. You know, I was talking to people at Coral Reef, and they said no one ever asked me to be a sponsor. I said, well, consider yourself asked. Everybody's asked to be a sponsor. We will not turn down anyone. We love sponsors. So if you are interested in sponsoring, just get a hold of anyone at Coral Reef Yacht Club, and they can put you in the right direction. And we'll talk about you here and tell everyone how great you guys are,
because you guys are great.
That's right. We love it. We love the support. It's helpful. It helps the kids. And it helps promote something in South Florida we are so proud of here, our bay and our water. And our skyline that's growing and growing and growing.
It really is. Now we're at Spain 225111. We've seen him a few times now off that start line and now on this last downwind.
Okay. Let's do Spain with this Nico.
Yep.
Nico.
Nice work, Nico.
Nico.
Nice view of him holding that main sheet there and doing some S turning.
And I'm talking to our executive producer, director, drone operator, Felipe. Are we relocating courses, or are we staying here? We're gonna relocate? Okay, we're gonna go to where, the 420s? Okay, so we are gonna relocate to the 420s, and while we relocate, we're gonna show you a video that we shot earlier. Let's show them the video of some sailors we interviewed. How about that? We'll ask Jonathan to cue that up. We're very fluid here. We're very natural. We got Felipe. We got everybody here doing their job. And Jonathan, you give me the thumbs up. We got the thumbs up. So here's some sailors we had the privilege of speaking with a couple of days ago. Here's what they had to say.
Okay, and I am here with Audrey, right?
Yes.
So Audrey, where are you from?
I'm from Texas, but I moved here a year ago.
How do you like living in Miami compared to Texas?
I like it a lot.
Yeah. Is this your first Orange Bowl, or have you done a few so far?
I've done a few.
What do you think makes Orange Bowl such a great regatta? Why do you keep coming back for more?
The community, the club, very good, organized, good win.
Yeah, that's great. How do you like Miami so far, though? I mean, is sailing here a lot better than Texas, or you think Texas is better?
I love here. The water's beautiful. The wind's always good, consistent shifts. It's really good.
How is Coach Amari as a coach?
He's good until he gets mad. When he gets mad, he gets really mad, but he's an amazing coach. I've learned a lot from him.
Yeah, I remember those moments as well.
Yeah,
and they're,
when you're over.
Yeah, exactly. Well, great meeting you, Audrey. Best of luck tomorrow, and hopefully see you around more.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
So I'm here with Morgan, right?
Mm-hmm.
So where are you from, Morgan?
I sail Coral Reef. I'm from Annapolis, Maryland.
From Annapolis. So what's it like being down here in the warm weather for the winter?
It's nice. It's nice, yeah.
Yeah. So is it your first Orange Bowl, or have you done a few so far?
I've done Orange Bowl back in Greenfleet a while ago, but my first one in 3 years, so excited.
Nice. What do you think is the biggest transition from going from Greenfleet to now red, white, and blue?
I think it's probably the fleet size. It's in the competition within the fleet. It's really once you get into the top 30 of the fleet, it gets really hard. You have to think more about it. So yeah.
Yeah. What's it like sailing here at Coral Reef with Coach Amari and the other coaches on the staff?
It's really nice to sail with them. It's a variety of coaches, so yeah.
Well, Morgan, best of luck throughout the regatta, and we'll see you around more.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're here with Mateo. Mateo, where are you from?
Brazil,
From Brazil. Where in Brazil?
São Paulo.
Sao Paulo. So what's it like sailing here in the U.S. compared to Brazil? What's the biggest difference?
No, I actually live here, but I'm actually from Brazil, but I live here in Miami, Key Biscayne.
Oh, nice. Totally cool. So is this one of your first Orange Bowls?
No, this is my second.
So what's it like coming back for the second year? What's the biggest difference?
I mean, last year I was in Greenfleet, but this year I'm in red, white, and blue. And last year I did pretty good. I got second in Orange.
Congrats, man. So what do you say is the biggest advice you'd give to people who are in Greenfleet now who want to move up to red, white, and blue in the near future?
Work hard and always keep chasing your dreams.
Great. And also, what got you into sailing? You know, it's a very, not everyone sails around the world, but it's really special for us. What makes it special for you?
What got me into sailing was I did a summer camp that I was just trying out just to see how sailing is, and it was pretty fun.
That's great. Well, Mateo, best of luck. Hopefully we'll see you up in second place again, this time red, white, and blue. So best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, so here we are with Matthias.
Matthias Urban,
So where are you from, Matthias?
like Geneva, Wisconsin, but I'm originally from Brazil.
So what was the move from Brazil to Miami to Geneva? You know, it's a very, very different weather up
Yeah,
there.
it's really cold up there, and I mean, I like it. I like the snow.
Have you got into ice boating at all?
Yeah, once with my dad. It's really fast.
Yeah, it looks pretty scary for me. But so you've done a lot of Orange Bowls now, right? How many Orange Bowls have you done so far?
3.
What's it like coming back for your third Orange Bowl?
It's fun. I really like this regatta. Hopefully the forecast changes. I don't really like how the wind's supposed to be this regatta.
What's your favorite type of wind?
10 to 15.
Yeah, I think that was one of my favorites too. What would you say is the biggest piece of advice you have for someone who is maybe in Green Fleet now and is looking to move up to the red, white, and blue?
They should really look at the older, experienced sailors and see what they do to be up there, top 10 in the fleet.
Yeah, totally. Well, thank you, Matthias, and
Yeah.
best of luck, and hopefully we'll see you around more.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we, Jackson?
So we're here in the chart room at Coral Reef. This is where all the sailors are getting registered for the event. So every sailor that comes to the event, just come here, get all their information, sign all their waivers, and this is really the heart and soul of the event where everything operates out of.
And so you've done this many times. You've been a part of the Orange Bowl as a sailor. So what is this like? Is this where you kind of get all excited, feel the butterflies, or is this where okay, let's go, game on?
I think it's a bit of both. I think it's the moment where it becomes reality, where now you're actually competing, and it all really comes into one place. But no, I've done it as a sailor. I've been a volunteer. I've been an employee. I've been on every side of it, and it's always great to be back.
So what's going through everyone's mind in here now? I hope we have good wind. I hope we have good weather. Or what?
I mean, I think people always know that there'll be great regatta management. It's a great club, but yeah, the wind is always a question. The weather's always a question. The forecast looks great, so hopefully that holds. But I think we'll see a combination of nerves, but also excitement.
How much did this prepare you to just, become independent? I mean, I don't see any parents up here. It's all the kids registering themselves and, taking control.
No, I think it's helped a lot. I attribute that to more than just my sailing, but I think that being an athlete in general is very helpful. But also the nature of sailing is that you're on your own, not just on land, but when you're on the water, on a boat by yourself. I think those experiences are really formative, and I'm personally grateful for them that I've had.
All right, Registration 101 with Jackson. Hey, thanks for filling us in. We'd like to take you behind the scenes. Thanks, Jackson.
Of course, thank you.
And we're there.
I believe we are. You might see them in the background behind us, and we will get set up shortly with some drone footage and give you all the comments on the start.
Yeah, they ran, we checked in with Chris Block, who's over in the 420s. He said they ran a race on Saturday. They've run one today so far. And what other important information did we find out? Let me check my notes here. That's it.
Way,
one today and one Saturday.
It seems that one of them, they're in sequence right now.
Yep.
So they'll be getting to on start shortly.
Okay.
And
we want to pull up the race course and show folks what it looks like, Jonathan, in a second. We can get that graphic ready. We do have a way to show you what the race looks like. You can hear, it's kind of hard to tell if the horns are here or in the distance.
It is hard, and part of having the radio in your boat as well is you hear horns all the time, whether it's radio, whether it's on the water, and it can be confusing, but I think we have a good perspective now on the 420s, but yeah, we want to try and cover every fleet as possible. We've given the Opti some love, then the Ilkas, and now we're going to give our friends over on the C420 course as much love as the rest of them.
And hopefully end up over at the Green Fleet when we're wrapped up here.
Yeah.
And just give me the thumbs up when we have the actual graphic. We're trying to show you the shape of all the different courses. Mm-hmm. So while we're pulling that up, what does it look like? What is the shape? Is it a trapezoid as well?
So it's another trapezoid. And the reason we have these courses is because we want to have sailors race in every point of sail, because every point of sail has different strategies that make it that you can go faster and different tactics. And by testing all those in a race, it gives you the most rounded experience.
Right.
And then on top of that, the race courses are designed to be able to have you have more than one fleet racing at the same time, because when we're racing a lot of fleets on one course, it's about being efficient, getting them all off, getting them all going. And if everyone's in the same place, like we mentioned, those intersections can have some pretty bad consequences for the competitors. So we try and have it laid out in a nice way.
Okay. All right, go ahead and take a look at the graphic here so you can see what this trapezoid looks like.
Where it looks like right now we're panning, I guess, to a start line. Maybe we'll have that graphic at some point, but in the meantime, we can look here at the start. So this is the C420 course.
Okay.
And I guess there might be in sequence here, and again, same concept, 5-minute starts. You have the signal flag, you have the preparatory signal, which is going to be that U flag, black flag, the penalty flag, and then they all come down when we're starting.
Okay.
And then again, we have those orange flags here. So there's our orange flag.
Okay.
And again, if you lined it up with the one at the pin, then that's your line. I think we might have our diagram ready to go.
Yep.
On
that up to kind of give a little explainer
media
there.
player 1.
Yep. We're getting that queued up. We'll get that in our spot. Do we know how long until we're going to start this race?
It's unclear at the moment. I think based on the next horn, we'll see. So here we have a screenshot of the sailing instructions, but basically the biggest courses to know about are the outer loop and the inner loop.
Okay, so explain that to us.
So it's a trapezoid. The outer loop is when you start, you go upwind, you round that top mark, you come back straight down to the gate, then you go back up and then complete the trapezoid by going on a reach, going down, and then on the reach finish. The outer loop is the same mark setup, but you go upwind, you first go over to the side on that reach, you then do your second lap on that leftmost upwind, and then you finish off by doing that last reach, and then back to the finish. And the idea is that by having this course, you can have 2 fleets racing at once, one on the inner loop, one on the outer loop, and they won't affect each other. So it's a nice way to check all those boxes we talked about. Now we're panned back here to the start line. I believe we are in the last minute before the start.
Okay.
We see that blue flag. See that blue flag up?
Yep.
Meaning that's the blue fleet for 420s in sequence. And so we're hearing a countdown here. So excuse me. Now we're at 1 minute. The black flag was still up. So we're in a black flag start.
Okay. So here we go.
I'm gonna harp on it again. You got to be safe, because this could really throw a wrench in your regatta, especially when we only have so many races to go.
So this will be their 3rd race of the day.
Correct. It's been a long day as well, and we talked a lot about staying hydrated and staying dialed in when it's no wind, but that applies, if not more, when there is wind, because now you're in the same heat and you're working hard. So
what's your strategy? You jump in the water to wake up, or what?
I try not to, because when you jump in the water, you gain a lot of water weight.
Oh, okay.
Which makes you heavier in the boat. And remember, being low weight is key to being fast.
Okay.
But you guys drink a lot of water. Make sure that you need to use the bathroom. That's how you know you're hydrated. Eat food. Now we're in the final few seconds here. 3, 2, 1, start.
How did it look?
I see some boats that might have been close, but we don't have any official word. But it looks like this start is off and seems like it's going. I think boat 9008 had a really nice start. Also in the C420, you'll notice there's no country code, it's just the number, because the C420 is a domestic class. So it's only really sailed in the US and in Canada.
Okay.
And then if you want to sail this 420 internationally, you sail the International 420, which makes sense. And it's a very similar boat, but with a few changes to it. And again, the 420 is a double-handed boat, so there's two people sailing it. You have the skipper in the back, and the skipper holds the tiller, so they're steering, and they hold the mainsail with the main sheet. And then the crew sits in front of them, and the crew is going to be up on that trapeze wire with their harness attached when it's windy, and then they're controlling this jib on this upwind as well as other controls. And then when we get to the downwind eventually, they'll be the ones manning the spinnaker and which is the kite and manning how you get it up and down and all those controls as well. So we see 9008 having a nice start, as well as 7474.
Okay, 9008. That is Kingston Keyyoung and Sophia Corzine.
Nice work by them. Nice start. Nice view here of the 420s. And we talked about it a lot, but we sail 420s in college sailing.
Yep.
And it's a little bit different when there's no spinnaker and there's no trapeze, but the hull of the boat is the same. So it's easy to transition from the C420 to the college 420. And a lot of college coaches as well will often coach C420 teams in their off seasons, because whether it's during the winter or the summer when there's no college sailing happening, you'll have coaches coach C420 teams to try and stay sharp, but also kind of get an eye on who they want to recruit. And if you're just joining us, we're again on the C420 course, the Blue Fleet on their first upwind of this race. I believe second race of the day and third race of the regatta.
Yep. And then we'll have, I know you said when we were initially started out, we were over at the Opties, you thought maybe they'd get in 4 races today. What do you think for the 420s now? They're on their second race for the day. How's it looking for the rest of the day?
I think if they're only on their second race now, I mean, it's after 3 o'clock.
Yep.
They could push, they could push. It's really up to the discretion of Sharon Burke and the rest of the C420 race committee.
Okay.
But, we'll see. We'll see. I would guess no. I would guess maybe just one more, have 3 for the day, will be what they're at. Especially because they got one on Saturday, whereas the Opties did not.
Right, for sure.
So they're in a different position.
9008.
But either way.
This is Kingston and Sophia. We were talking about them earlier.
Well, nice view here into attack in their boat.
Nice.
And again, those roll attacks are really important. Honestly, across every boat. I keep trying to say they're different in each class, but you got to roll attack. That's an important skill, and they just had a nice one there. Good to see that.
And so for our friends tuning in who may not be so familiar with sailing, which one is the crew and which one is the skipper?
So the skipper, again, is sitting in the back of the boat. They're the ones that they're holding the tiller, driving, and they're holding the main sheet, which controls the mainsail, which is that big sail in the back. And then the crew sits in the front, and they control the jib. They're on the spinnaker when it gets windy, and they also are trimming from the kite, which is the spinnaker, when it's on the downwind. Another nice tack here. Back here we can see Kingston again, and there's a nice top-down view. I think those red boats are cool with the little chevron logo on it.
Very cool. And then when are they going to throw up the spinnaker?
So they'll get to that top mark, and they'll throw it up either on the reach or the downwind, depending on what course they're on. And we'll see, based off their rounding, which course they're on.
Beautiful.
And here's a good way to visualize that lateral separation we were talking about for leverage, where a lot of boats get really separated laterally side to side. And by getting out to a side, remember, you take on a lot of risk, where it could pay big dividends but also cost you. And it's all about calculating how much risk you're willing to take. And in the background we can hear that the other fleet is now in sequence, and they are getting ready to start soon. But we're still looking at this Blue Fleet on their first upwind, slowly approaching that top mark, and then getting ready to take it down to the reach or the
Now sometimes you end up jumping in a regatta and you end up with a teammate you've never really sailed with before. How does that seems so odd?
It is odd, and ideally you have time to train together and be on the same page, because in a double-handed boat you're one unit on the water. I mean, you don't get scored as the skipper and the crew, you get scored as, in this case, 9008, that one boat. So you need to make sure that you're on the same page and communicating. Now that being said, at this level everybody knows what they're doing, so it's relatively easy to kind of plug in and play. But I think it's really important to take some time, usually ahead of the event, to get out there, get on the same page, because while everyone's sailing the same boat, everybody has their own style, whether how they communicate, how they sail the boat, and it's important to make sure that everyone's adapted to each other because that's the key to success in a two-person boat. And even more happens when it's more than two people, because some boats can be many people. And in that case, you have many moving parts, and it's really a machine. And having all that work together becomes even more paramount as you level up in boats.
So we got a nice shot there of 95.98. 95.98. That is Luke Mullinax and Shay McGraw
Nice job by Luke and Shay.
from Davis Island.
We have one, you can see a few boats here that are punched out. Right next to Luke and Shay, we have 10010, and they're tacking over right now.
All right.
So that there is what we call getting pinched off. So when two boats are right next to each other, and the windward boat is slightly bow back, it can be very hard to hold that lane with speed next to that boat. And it's often better to just tack away and just get free, because if you try and grind out that tight spot, you might be able to hold it, but you're going to be going a lot slower. So it's better to just cut your losses, get out of there, and just find a new place to sail.
So that 10010, that was Avery Salba and Sebastian Taylor.
Well, I think Avery and Sebastian made the right call there to tack out, because it seemed like if they held there longer, it was going to take some points off their speed there. So I think that's the right move. And we can see people now starting to stack up on starboard ley line. And we talked briefly earlier about starboard right over port on different tacks. And it becomes really important when you're rounding the marks, because if you're coming in on port and you have a line of boats on starboard, all of those boats have right of way over you. And you need to be able to avoid all of them. And if it's a tight spot, you might not be able to, and that's where those fouls occur. So if you're getting ready to round the mark, it might be a safe bet to get on starboard ley line earlier, so that you know you'll be safe as you round that top mark. And there's that yellow mark they're rounding. You might see some action here with the kites. There's that pink kite going up.
Kite 1.
9774.
9774, that's Miles and Julia. So Miles Kundi and Julia Palmiasino.
Nice job, Miles and Julia.
So if are they seeming to be in first place right now?
I think they're winning that race.
Nice.
So
Miles
good first
and
beat for
Julia.
them.
And like you said, this is a co-ed sport. You know, a lot of times you see, a guy and a girl.
Guy, girl.
Doesn't matter.
Both, it doesn't matter what position they're in. And
now dealing with weight, I was gonna say, I would imagine a lot of guys say, I prefer a female sailor, they're a little lighter.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, look, when you're on a boat and you need the wind to push you, if you're heavier, you're gonna go slower.
Right.
So being lighter on average is better. However, when it gets really windy, you want to have a lot of that weight on the trapeze wire to be able to counteract the force of the wind trying to capsize the boat. So you want to have a bigger sailor.
Is there a magic weight that you want to be within?
Not
per person, but like per boat.
I'm honestly not sure. I'm honestly not sure, and I don't want to make an inaccurate prediction, but I think that the point is it depends, and it can be hard to predict, because sometimes, like this event here, you might have a really windy practice leading up to it, and you have a big pairing, you're feeling good, and then you come to the regatta and it's pretty light. So somewhere in the middle is usually good, but yeah, I mean a lot of bigger guys might want to sail with a smaller girl, and vice versa. Now it looks like we're at the start line here of the next fleet, about to start, and that was go right there.
See how it looks.
Seemed like an all clear start to me, so nice to see that. We have 1039, beautiful start. I mean, they're punched out, right? I think that's the best start of the fleet right there. Whoever that is, props to them. 1039 and also 9775 right next to them.
9775, that's Violet and Marco. So Violet Carr and Marco Gonzalez.
And how about 1039?
1039. Let me flip back to my other page here. 1039. That is One United. That is Phineas and Phoebe. Oh, I imagine brother and sister. Ferrasti.
Nice.
Phineas Ferrasti and Phoebe Ferrasti.
Well,
Hyannis Yacht Club.
Well, they just had an incredible start. So
great job.
Keep our eyes on them. They just went for attack here, trying to lead back to that right side. So remember, on their laser course, we watched a lot of starts where there were flop starts, where they'd start and they'd tack immediately over because that left side was paying. But now we're seeing the opposite, where everyone's holding on starboard, and it's the opposite of that. And nice, going back here to the other fleet, we see the first boats here rounding that reach mark.
Okay.
Going back down, going downwind now, the kite's up flying.
Beautiful.
And we saw on that reach, some boats decided to not put up their kites, where some did. And obviously, having the kite up is faster, but it limits how high you can sail. So if the reach is very tight, as we call it, where you need to sail really high to get to it, it just might not be possible to get the kite up.
And that's just a last minute call.
It's a last minute call. And also, you can put the kite up, and if you realize that you can't make it, you can just drop it down again, get some more height, and then get it back up to take it lower. But I think that you can see these leading boats here got the kite up and are looking fast. Rounding the reach mark and now taking it downwind towards the gates. And they're in an outer loop, so then they'll do their second beat, they'll round these gates and they go back upwind again on this race. And I imagine that the other race that just started, we saw the start moments ago, they'll be on an inner loop, so they will take it straight downwind after that top mark and then make their way around the outside. But nice view there of 9867. Nice lane there off that reach rounding. Other boats coming here as well.
9867. Hey, 9867. That's our own Sander Block and Vivian Kelly. So Sander Block, of course, his dad's Chris Block. He's out there on the course. Catherine Block, she helped with college night last night. Chris Block will be the Commodore next year for Coral Reef Yacht Club. Sander's a great sailor. And,
they live in my old house as well.
They do?
They do.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Total coincidence.
I don't know where they live, yeah.
But no, good to see them out there as well.
Great family, really involved, and great perspective on what's going on out here. So keep it up, Sander, and hello to Catherine, and hello to Chris.
And a note on the downwind for the C420s, as we looked at the Optis and the lasers, or the Ilkas, they're able to sail directly downwind, straight downwind at the gates. The 420s, however, when they have the kites up, can't do that.
Okay.
They have to zigzag downwind in a similar fashion to how you go upwind. So the same strategy that you have on the upwind is also applicable on the downwind. And there's a lot of driving on shifts, same as you would tack on upwind shifts, but occurring on the downwind. So it adds just that extra element of strategy for sailors to look out for on those downwinds. But again, nice view here of this upwind fleet. Again, this is the second start going upwind. They're going to be on an inner loop. And we have 9775. Again, they had a great start, and we had 10012. Looking really nice. And the logistical thing as well, just how the Ilkas have those top numbers, the 420s have them on their bows.
Yep.
But it serves the same purpose. That way, people have, for one, overlapping sail numbers or really long numbers that are hard to read. The bow number makes it easier for the race committee. Here's a great shot now of the spinnakers coming downwind.
Beautiful. That's a
really nice.
Picture perfect. That's our postcard shot.
Sure is. And looks like we have 7007. That was Kingston, I believe.
7007.
And they're having another great race. Looks like they protected their spot well, and now coming to this downwind or this gate.
Yep, 7007. Connor, Carr, and Valentina, Agnes.
But nice. And you can see that these people now are dousing their spinnakers, bringing them down, and getting ready to go back upwind for that second beat. So there's 7007.
9774. 9774. That's Miles and Julia.
Nice work, Miles. And 9714 as well. Just dropped their spinnaker, and they're now taking that jibe to take it right on that second beat.
9714. That's Bella Henrich and Layla Amjad.
Some other boats as well here coming to both gates. And again, just the split's really important. Making sure you make the right choice here can win you a lot or cost you a lot. And the same thing we talk about where you're trying to avoid the wind shadow of downwind boats coming downwind. it's even more important now with the 420 with the spinnaker, it's because now they have 3 sails up blocking you, so it can like really affect you if you get below it. So keeping your eye out on the traffic of the course, staying free, really becomes more important on this course too, and I'm sure everyone out there is on top of it.
Now, do you bring your own spinnaker, or does it come with the boat?
You can get whichever one you want.
Okay.
I think there are different brands that have different cuts of spinnaker. Maybe you want different sail shapes, but no, it's one of the areas you can get creative and express yourself in your spinnaker. So I've seen some cool U.S. flag ones, or I know in the Olympics they'll have each country in the Olympics will have their flag on their spinnaker.
Nice.
On the 470 and the 49er, which is really cool to see. And if you're a parent here, I imagine you want to have your kid with the most unique spinnaker, so they're easy to spot from across the bay. There's one with a 4-leaf clover there. That's a cool spinnaker.
Love it.
Maybe celebrating the Irish celebrating St. Patty's Day a little early.
Yep.
But that is we can get a hold of that number. So that's 8525. Nice shot of them there. I love that. That's cool. Yeah, their bow number is 67. Maybe some viewers will enjoy that.
8525. Okay, now I want you to guess. Do you think that they have an Irish last name?
I would say yeah. I mean, I'm hoping so.
Aidan O'Gwyn.
There you go.
Aidan O'Gwyn, Morgan Poskay, Aidan O'Gwyn. So
Aidan, I love it. I love it, Aidan.
picked that spinnaker. Good job, Aidan.
Thank you. I think you won coolest spinnaker award on the course.
There's a lot of psychology there.
Yeah,
I love bringing the luck of the Irish.
Lucky,
on the course there with you.
I support it.
I love it. 8732. Nice job. 8732. That's Ethan and Sloan.
Nice work, Ethan and Sloan. And reminder, these boats they're rounding the gate now, and they're making their way back upwind for their second beat, where they will round the same reach mark, come back downwind, and make their way to the finish.
Perfect.
You have 4719 there.
4719. 4719 Annapolis Yacht Club. That's Amelia and Sam. Amelia Wire and Sam Wells. Annapolis Yacht Club, 4719.
Nice to see Amelia and Sam having a nice race.
Okay. Checking in to see if we have any YouTube comments, thoughts, comments, compliments, whatever. Okay.
And now we're back at that's other fleet that's now at the top, and these guys I believe looks like also on an outer loop. So both fleets are on an outer loop, and they're making their way over to that downwind, but they're getting on the reach and balancing, getting the spinnaker up as early as they can while being able to hold their height to make that reach mark.
Yeah.
We have 1:00:05 winning this race.
1:00:05. Christian and Vicky.
Well, nice work, Christian and Vicky.
Good job.
I think they're leading here. Seeing a lot of black spinnakers in spirit of the black flag, maybe for better or for worse, but seems pretty on brand for today, I would say.
There we go. Christian Peterson and Vicky Van Barkel.
Nice work, guys.
Very fun. So we'll have our closing ceremonies tomorrow. I'm trying to figure out, more or less what time. It's usually around like 3:30-ish, 4-ish, something like that. So we'll get the exact time for the closing ceremonies tomorrow. My favorite part is when the last winner. Yeah.
It's the best part.
Alexander Montague last year.
I remember that.
Remember he threw all the oranges out? And we started a new tradition this year at the opening ceremonies where we had our sponsor, the president of TUUCI. She threw out the opening orange. Just like the opening pitch of a game.
First pitch in a baseball game.
But our pitch is edible, so that makes it better.
Makes it better. So I stand corrected on this downwind. This is actually an inner loop, so they're coming downwind here.
Okay.
So they're coming down to the yellow gates right above the start line, and then they'll make their second upwind, back up to those top marks. And again, the idea is that now neither fleet is intersecting, so they're nice and separate.
Beautiful.
And it makes the racing better for everyone.
Great shot there.
Really nice. I think we still have that boat. I believe it was 10002 that was ahead. Maybe
I think it was at 10005, was it?
0005.
Christian and Vicky?
Yep,
Is
it looks
that
like
the
they're getting
one?
closed in
Okay.
on because man, again, you can't be covered by those boats behind you.
Who's that coming up on
10012.
So that's Beckett and Elsie.
Well, Beckett and Elsie are making some good plays here.
Beckett and Elsie?
9462. They're also making some gains as well because again, you have this added element of strategy in the downwind with the angled downwinds where you can't go directly downwind. So it means you can play the ships and make some gains.
All right, and 9462, that is Megan and Sally. So Megan Seuss and Sally Davis.
Well, I like Megan and Sally's strategy. I think this might pay off for them here.
Nice.
Let's see who else we can get
Give
numbers
a shout
on.
out to. We love to give our shout outs.
This gives you a nice shot though of the crew controlling the spinnaker. So they had the spinnakers on that pole, which really gets it out in front of the boat, and then the crew is holding it directly from the sail with that sheet there and really trying to get the feel of it. And right now it's really important communication between that skipper and crew, because as a skipper you're really driving off of what the crew is telling you, because the most powerful sail in these boats is that spinnaker. Once that thing's fully powered up, you're going super fast.
Nice.
And
What's super fast? Like, what do you think they're going?
Look, in light breeze like this, maybe just a couple knots. It's really not that fast. But as it gets windier, I mean, you can get much faster, and you get on a plane. But the crew has that feel of the spinnaker, and they can communicate how powerful it feels, and then based off that, give the skipper information on how to steer, where to go, and how to drive the boat. So we also got here 9584.
9584.
With an American flag spinnaker. Love to see that.
9584. That's Kai and Juliana.
Nice job, Kai and Juliana. And
73 sailing.
even though this is a domestic boat, it's still nice to see representation of the U.S.
Love it.
Considering that we are here in the state of Florida.
That's right. Let's see.
There's a leader there with 9646. I think we saw them earlier, but they had a nice downwind there. Looks like they made some gains that are now leading this pack.
Was that 9646?
Yes, it
What
is.
you said? Okay, Jules and Marin.
Nice job, Jules and Marin. As we watch all these spinnaker douses here, they're also riding a fine line, because on one hand, when the spinnaker's up, you're going faster.
Mm-hmm.
But if you round the gate mark, and your spinnaker's still up, you're really going to get slowed down. You're going to get stuck. So you're trying to make sure that you have enough time to get the kite down, while also not getting it down too early, so that you're not losing any missed opportunity to be faster on that downwind.
We saw 9462 on the head of the pack there. That was Megan and Sally.
Nice work, Megan and Sally. You have 8876 here, going for a rounding. Close up there of 9809. Really great shots here of some of the work in the boat there. Seeing how they manage.
Yep.
Seeing how they manage all the controls in the boat. Because again, I mean, part of having two people means there's just more to do in the boat.
That's right.
So a lot of it, you got to be on the same page and really just work together. More boats here.
9380. That's Clayton and Mikhail.
Nice work, and as well as 9770.
9770. That's Benjamin and Lauren. Benjamin Benamed and Lauren Howe.
Nice work to them. You'll see a lot of boats here when they round their respective gate. They'll spend a lot of time going out to their side before they come back in, because, again, if you're tacking in too soon, you might be going into the dirty air of some of these boats coming downwind, which some coaches call the triangle of death. So you want to avoid the triangle of death.
Oh gosh. Got some comments here from Go Team Bahamas. We love Coach Michael. Please continue your gift and love to the children and sailing community. And then someone said, Optimus, question mark. We're trying to head over to the Green Fleet after we wrap up here to hopefully catch the end of that. We'll see how that goes.
Again, still in the second beat here. This is that second fleet that did the inner loop. And our first fleet now is actually finishing. So
all right, let's see how this is shaping up.
Some of them are coming across the line here and on that bottom reach there after the gate. And it looks like we're getting a drone to get over there and get some footage of the finishes there. And again, they round that bottom gate and they come through the finish there on a reach with the kite up. You see that anchored boat there next to the buoy, which shows them where to sail past. And these are these finishes. So nice work to all the sailors here. I bet they're happy to enjoy a day of actual sailing.
And the temperature
it's
is
beautiful.
I mean, it's not hot, it's not cold, it's just perfect. Just right. I'm checking to see if we have any comments on here. So if anyone has any questions, any comments, any thoughts, just go ahead and write them up there on our YouTube page. We are streaming live right now. And it's been a beautiful day here on the water of Biscayne Bay. We get lucky or what, Jackson?
I know. It really makes me grateful. It's great out here.
It is beautiful.
Going on. Makes it more fun for us too, and more fun for you guys at home.
Something to talk about. Hey, we had fun talking to people yesterday.
We did.
When we weren't sailing.
And honestly, it gave us a great chance to catch up with some of the sailors, get some good interviews.
Yeah, and find out what they're thinking.
Because during the racing, we want to give them their space, make sure they're staying focused.
Yeah. And the parents are wondering, what are they doing out there for 2 hours?
It's true. I mean, I wonder too.
Yeah.
Sometimes you kind of just go into a trance and forget about it.
And that's good too. It's a good mental break. Does anyone bring their phones out there, or is that not allowed?
You're not allowed to, because there's a risk of you communicating with someone off the race course who can give you illegal information.
That's a reason for your kids to sail right there.
Yeah.
Get
them off the phones.
That's for sure. Okay.
So we see.
Okay. Taking a final look here of our 420s. Beautiful, gorgeous day out here. And I think, we're doing our best to get everybody in today. I think we're going to head over to Green Fleet. What do you think, Jackson?
I think that sounds good. I think that, they deserve our love as well.
Everybody.
And we'll try and get them on the camera for all the parents at home watching. Make sure that you can see your children as well. I'm sure you want to see them.
Yep. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to queue up a video that we put together that you can enjoy while we zip on over to our next course. And we are queuing it up. Maybe it's the opening ceremonies, whatever Jonathan decides. Is that what it is? Yes, okay. So here we go. This was a couple days ago for the opening ceremonies. I am Cynthia Demas, officially your unofficial MC of all things Regatta. You might see me and Jackson McAlilly. Over the past few years, we've been able to stream the Regatta live for you, and we will be able to do that again this year. So if you're not on the water, you will be able to participate in all of the fun. Speaking of fun, we want to thank our amazing sponsors. So I'm going to read through our list. Our silver sponsors. Let's hear it for Max Cycles. Yeah, Origin Construction, Sushi Motley, CD Sales, Harcum Durham for all of your sunscreen needs. Cynthia Demas Communications, that's me. Gold sponsors include Venice Investment Group, US Sailing, Moviemedics, Optimom, Christchurch. Platinum sponsors include Seatow, that's new this year, so look for the Seatow boats. Zim Sailing, Continental Travel, Simmons Boatworks, the Schoonmaker Foundation, Team One Newport, right here, Team One Newport. That's our merchandise sponsor. So if you would like to get an official poster for the regatta, that is where you get it, right over there. It is free, and there is one for everybody to get as a memento of this amazing event. The Well, from the Terra Group, also the well down there with the coconut water. They're building, they have this amazing building here if you want to live in the Grove. And our platinum sponsors, US One Design, they gave us our amazing, wait for it, gift bags. Everybody go, oh, yeah. Thank you. Our gift bags, our swag. When you check in, you get this. So thank you to US One Design. Our phenomenal, come forward. This is your cue, guys. Come to the front here and take a bow. Let's hear it for the Orange Bowl Committee. Thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure to be a part of the Orange Bowl. The regatta has officially been in existence for 51 years. So this is our 51st regatta. And of course, we want to have our amazing Commodore come say a few words, and then I will introduce to you our title sponsor. So first, let's have Commodore Jim Hartenstein.
Good afternoon. You know, it's an honor to have you all here. As Cynthia said, we've been hosting this event for since the 70s, and it really has turned into an outstanding thing. I know there's a lot going on, so all I want to do is welcome you to Coral Reef. And again, it's an honor to have you all here. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you, Commodore. And now it is my pleasure to introduce to you our title sponsor, which is TUUCI. As you can see right here. Let's give it up for TUUCI. Yes, the Ultimate Umbrella Company Incorporated, and the ultimate incoming president of TUUCI is right here. Her name is Lindsay Kissel, and she would like to officially kick off the regatta. Come on, Lindsay.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, sailors. We're so glad to have you all here. It's an incredible event. I mean, there's no other way that you can spend a week sailing under the sun in South Florida with, 700 sailors coming from all over the country and all over the world. So it's my privilege to welcome you all here. And on behalf of TUUCI, start the regatta with a little quick first pitch, if you will. And then the ceremonial opening of the umbrellas. So thank you so much for being here. We wish you great luck out there. Fight strong, and we hope you have some wonderful wins. Thank you.
So we're starting a new tradition. Sailors, get ready. You know how you throw out the opening ball at baseball, the opening pitch? Okay, so to make things official, we're going to throw out, Lindsay from TUUCI will throw out the first pitch. In 3, 2, 1, pitch, and let the regatta begin. Yay! Congratulations. And now to continue our official opening ceremony, Lindsay, we are going to have the umbrella opening. So this is a special umbrella that TUUCI has made just for the Orange Bowl Regatta. You will notice that it actually does look like slices of orange. So let's go ahead and have that umbrella open, and we will say the regatta has officially begun as we get it open. Come on up here, Lindsay. Great job on that pitch. Great job on that pitch, yeah. And tell me a little bit about this umbrella here as well.
This is the incredible Ocean Master Max Bolero Orange Bowl Edition umbrella. It is gorgeous. It's got a unity finish, which allows it to look like wood, but it's super strong, and it has a unique designed umbrella print underneath. Our soft scape is a special edition TUUCI Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta print.
Okay, thank you so much, Lindsay. Thank you, TUUCI. And best of luck to all our sailors. We will be out there watching you. A round of applause for everybody here today participating, all the help sponsorship, and thank you to the parents. Have a great week, everyone.
I'm up before 5. My laptop's on all the time. I'm a research junkie. I don't read books because I read research reports all the time, or financials. I've got this channel of experts that I listen to, geopolitical experts, folks that are working for think tanks, economists, strategists. I'm very competitive. I want to beat the markets. I want to grow these portfolios well in excess of what they could do at other firms. But the only way you can do that is spend the bulk of your time connecting dots. He who can connect the dots the best can add the most value. And it's not about adding the most value today. It's about adding the most value over 1, 3, 5, 10-year time horizons. And if we do that, we manage the portfolios on a consistent basis, tweaking things here and there. I'm always checking to see how my portfolios are reacting to certain events. Spikes in interest rates, drops in oil prices, spikes in currencies versus the US dollar, small caps outperforming large caps, tech doing well, utilities doing well. And what does that mean? What is our portfolio? How's it reacting to that? I spend a tremendous amount of my time analyzing all aspects of the markets. Top down from macroeconomics, from bottoms up from companies and what the managements are saying. I spend a tremendous amount of time reading earnings releases and listening to earnings calls and so on and so forth. Hearing what the companies are saying on the ground. Reading survey work to see what's actually happening today. When we started the business, our objective out of the gates was to create a boutique investment environment. And so responsiveness is key. So if you reach out to us, you get an answer back. Probably within minutes, actually, because we're pretty much working 24/7 all the time anyway. We spend a lot of time up front with our clients, trying to help them discern what it is they're trying to do. My background is about 15 years on Wall Street, so I did not start by managing retail investor money. I was running funds, I was an equity analyst in Asia, I ran a hedge fund in the Bahamas for Templeton. I've been thinking of being able to use my institutional background to manage money in a lot better fashion, I should say, relative to other advisors that are out there. Most of these competitors out there, I guess you'd say, were not trained in high-level finance. I manage my money alongside of my clients. I don't think a lot of advisors can say that. They can kind of say that maybe, but because our portfolios are all similar, all of my liquid net worth is invested in the same portfolios. So, when I'm trading, when I'm adding a position, building a position, making a transition in portfolios, it's happening in my own portfolios, point for point alongside my clients. When it comes to getting into the real nitty-gritty of law changes and the impacts on people, we bring in experts. We've got trust and estate attorneys to work with, CPAs to work with, business restructuring people that we can work with. We'll bring those to bear when it makes sense to do so. When I'm not working, I'm working. I don't know, my kids are competitive sailors, and so my wife and I spend a lot of time traveling with them, working while we travel, but traveling nonetheless. And they tend to sail all over the world, so it's been a lot of fun. Something surprising about me people don't know, I was an All-American swimmer at Arizona State. Shaved my head once. It's not a very attractive look. Won't do it again.
Welcome back. We are live again. I'm Cynthia Demas. This is Jackson McAlilly. We've had a heck of a day, Jackson.
Long day. All 4 courses.
Yes.
We went from red, white, and blue.
Yep.
All the way to Ilka, then to 420, and now we're wrapping up with the greens.
Yep. We're here. The green fleets. This is where it all begins.
It really is. You know, a lot of sailors come through here, learn to love the sport.
Yep.
I did the same thing. My very first Orange Bowl was here with Coach Michael, sailing Green Fleet.
Yep.
And this is really like it's a big moment for everyone who is starting to sail. And
yep. And
get into the sport.
You can see we are right here in the middle of Biscayne Bay. We're on the media boat here, and we are coming around to Green Fleet. Now, the start point and the end point are the same location, correct?
They are. And they do that. We do that for Green to try and make it easier on them and also on the coaches to keep them all contained in one space, because again, there are a lot of newer sailors who maybe aren't as comfortable and confident.
And it's a triangle
on the boats, and exactly, it is a triangle, which sets it up well for that start and finish to be in the same place. And we have a nice drone shot here of that first upwind here, as we can see.
Okay, so what's going on? Are we in the middle of a race? What's happening?
The race just started.
Okay.
And they are now going upwind to that first upwind mark. Now in Green Fleet, the courses are a lot shorter. It's because they're newer sailors, so they'll be at that top mark in just a matter of minutes. And I think we'll have a display of the diagram of the course here in a second. But again, it's called a triangle, and it's adequately named because it resembles a triangle.
That sure does.
And we will, I think we're on it now, as you can get a nice view of it there. And again, they start and finish in the same place. And we just watched them get off the start. So they're on that first arrow heading up to Mark 1, where they will then go on the reach, drive another reach, and then come back and finish straight upwind. So they're short races so they can get a lot of them in, and they can also keep it nice and compact for all the spectators to watch and all the coaches to feel comfortable.
Yep, I'm trying to get a little intel to figure out which race this is. They've gotten the most races in, I believe. Is that right?
I believe they have. Because they were able to sail on the first day. They got 2 races in the first day, I believe. Maybe just 1.
Mm-hmm.
But
2.
But the point is they've been out here hard at work, and we have some nice close-up shots here. And we can expect that a lot of the top sailors in this fleet will probably see them in red, white, and blue. Certainly by next Orange Bowl.
Yep.
So people to look out for if you're scouting out new Opti sailors. This is the place to be. But some nice shots here. You can see how blue the water is and how clear it is. Really nice there. But nice view of a top-down view of a sailor there.
Okay.
We have all the coaches zipping by us, keeping up with their kids.
All right, seeing what's going on. So let's check out some of these boats here and try to figure out what's going on here with the races.
So right now they're coming up into a yellow mark, which is the top mark, which we will assume we'll see at some point in this frame. But they're just on this first beat, and again, it's relatively shorter upwind compared to other fleets because now they're almost there, and they started only a few minutes ago. Okay. But that's that top mark, and this is that Green Fleet coming upwind.
So going quick.
And there they go. And also, Green Fleet also is only in one big fleet, and they're not split up, and that's because of how short the course is. You cannot fit more than one fleet on the course, and also it just makes it easier for the race committee to get off as many races as possible. And some of these kids here are quite young as 5 or 6 years old. So maybe not 5, but very young, 6 years old for sure.
It's amazing
and
how early you can start. And this is where it begins. This is where the independence begins, and this is where, your confidence begins. Where you get bit. Oh, bit by the bug of sailing.
Exactly. And I think the person who cultivates that bug is Michael, who's if you see we might see at one point in our frame Coach Bro with a massive American flag on it, and he's the coach out here who really gets all these sailors to love the sport, and it works. And I can speak from experience.
Yep.
As someone who first started sailing and was maybe unsure about it, sailing with Michael really made me want to stick with it, and it's worked.
Yep. And he says he has his the
5 core values. I forget all of it. It's like peace, love, respect, dignity, and something else, but it's
perseverance.
Perseverance.
I'm throwing it out there.
All good things that you want your kids to grow up with.
All the virtues.
It really is.
So
and he preaches them every day.
He does, and every year, and he's so enthusiastic. How does he never lose his enthusiasm? That's what I want to know.
Well, I mean, we interviewed him on, I believe on Friday, and
Yep.
he talked about, the impact he's had on his sailors and the kids around him, and how he knows how powerful it can be, and how he wants to have role models for people to follow.
And so satisfying.
And I think it's, he really does a good job of that. So, really glad to have him here on this course, and also representing Coral Reef. Nice view here of these boats coming around the top mark. Closer in there. And even though this is a more beginner fleet, those same basic rules apply. Of the top mark, the right of way of the different tacks, and the same round that top mark going onto a reach. Yep. And you can see that all these sailors, most of them only been sailing for maybe a year or so, are still doing it like pros.
That's right. And this became the basic primary sailing boat decades ago, because you could buy a kit for $35.
You could build it in your garage.
You could build it in your garage.
And if you go to Clearwater Yacht Club in West Florida, they have one of the original Opties made out of plywood.
That's right.
Hanging up in their clubhouse.
Yep.
And you'll still find some wooden Opties today. They don't race as often because they're not as fast, but
they're out there.
They're still out there, and they're still class legal. So they can,
is that right?
I think some of them are. You might need to modify them, but they're still out there.
Yep.
So in theory, if you're looking to make your own Opti, I think you still can. So check that out. Go to Home Depot.
Yep. You can get it. You can download the design online. We did I did a documentary on the history of Coral Reef Yacht Club, and the Opti's part of the documentary.
There you go.
On how it how you bought it for $35. If you want to see the documentary, you can just go to YouTube and type in Coral Reef Yacht Club history.
Maybe we'll check it out.
It's pretty good. I have to say, it was a labor of love to put it together, and I definitely learned something. It's really interesting. Okay.
So all these boats here in a reach again. You can see that in the top left corner of your frame, you'll see a small yellow buoy, and that's where they're racing towards. That's their reach mark. And they will then head to that mark, jibe, and then head back to the bottom mark. So they'll be there shortly. You can see those first few boats leading. And nice view of that big line of boats heading off on that reach. And one thing that's different also in the green fleet is that the coaches sometimes will coach sailors during the race, because the whole point of the fleet is to learn and make them love sailing. So if that means having coaches right next to them, giving them pointers, that's what we encourage. So usually in the back of the fleet, you'll have coaches with them, helping them out, walking them through it, making sure they feel confident themselves on the water.
How soon should parents start with this?
How soon should parents start with this?
It's a good question.
I think there is an age requirement though to be in green fleet. I think it's 7 or 8. It's
So
6.
I know that
6.
I know that if you want to, I remember when I started sailing, I went to different summer camps around the bay. So I would first say that if you want to get your kid into sailing, maybe you're watching this, you're curious. There's many summer camps around the bay that do a great job at all the yacht clubs here. I highly recommend maybe putting your kid in one of them for a few weeks. It'll get them on the boat, meet a lot of people, be out on the water. It's really fun in the summer. And for those, I remember when I was doing it back in 2011 or so, or 2010, remember the age requirement was to be 7 years old. But I was 6, and the only club that would take me a 6 years old was over at Coconut Grove Sailing Club. So I started there. But I think if you're around the age of 7, that's usually around the time to start. People genuinely will start sailing green fleet at the youngest around the age of 8 or 9. And then people move to red, white, and blue around 9 or 10. So I think if your kid is, around 6 years old, 7 years old, I think it's the right time to start thinking about that.
Yeah, Coral Reef Yacht Club has the great program.
A great program.
You don't have to be a member to sail there for the summer. I mean, any kid could do the sailing camp. A lot
Which is
of people
awesome.
don't
And
realize
when I started at Coral Reef, because that's where I started Opties.
Yeah.
My family was not a member, and then we were there all the time, and my parents thought maybe we should become members.
Oh, so you're the
And
one who got them to join. You get the credit.
I do get the credit, and I'll take it.
You know what? That's the same with me. I was sailed there when I was a kid at 9, and then my parents joined after, even though I wasn't that great.
There you go.
They're like, yeah, she's good enough. Let's do it.
But it's great, and I love that, especially here in the Bay, sailing is a very accessible sport for people. And because sometimes it's hard to get into, whether via your location or hard to get a boat, but a lot of the clubs here in the Bay, especially the Coral Reef, do a great job of, really growing the sailing community from the ground up. And we've seen it we've seen the fruits blossom from it.
Ooh.
We have some tight routings here around this mark. Maybe some boat mishaps there with that one boat.
Are there fouls in this fleet?
And you know, we talk a lot about the rules in the red, white, and blue, and people, you know, the rules do apply in Green Fleet, but what we tend to see is that since they're such beginners and they're brand new, we don't see many protests or people enforcing fouls because
But they will penalize themselves though. It's just as
They can.
practice,
They
right?
can as
You know,
practice.
Oh, I hit the buoy, I'm gonna do my 360.
they will, and it's important because that is part of the sport.
Yeah.
But you definitely don't see the aggression that you'll see in some of the more advanced fleets because
Right.
you know people, they're just having fun. And I will say that when I've worked as the Beachmaster the past couple years, when the red, white, and blue is launching, they're always like they're stressed out, they're nervous, they're ready to go, they've been training for this. When the Green Fleet launches, they're having a great time, they're singing songs, they're happy to be there, and I think it translates to how they carry themselves in the water too, because for them it's just like, man, I'm hanging out on a boat, I'm gonna enjoy this day.
Yeah,
And
why
they do.
not? Nothing to not enjoy. And how are the kids overall? Pretty good, pretty respectful, pretty kind.
Yeah, and I think part of that is like we said, that sailing does a great job of making you independent, a leader, someone who trusts themselves and is confident, and I think that correlates well to how you treat others.
100%.
And it's really nice to see how well they work with the volunteers.
So we're here, we're right, just to give people perspective, the Green Fleet is right off of Grove Isle. That's where they are, so we're pretty close to shore.
Nice view there, and again, these boats are now in their second reach of the bottom of the triangle, heading down to that bottom mark, where then they will round it and make their way up to the finish.
Look at the curious spectator fleets of parents.
And we can see there is all the boats are following along, whether
Are
it be
those-
coaches or parents or maybe just random bay watchers. They're
The parents, they're excited when you have
They're all
young
loving it,
kids.
yeah.
It's all new. It's new to them and new
It
to
is.
you. It's exciting.
and I talk about the random spectators not as a joke, but I mean I know for me that's how I got into sailing as well. Where we'd be on the bay and see these little boats sailing around. We thought, what is that?
Oh.
And my parents and I checked it out, and I said I want to do that.
Okay.
And that's how I got into summer camp.
Wow.
So in a sense, having sailing here in the bay is one of
Yeah.
the great marketing ways to build sailing.
Front row seat.
That's the leader.
Yeah.
We
This is
have our
the
leader here.
All right.
We'll get a better view of their sail number in a second, but we're looking at USA 21942. A nice lead there. And they're being followed by 1689 USA. And we'll find that list and get you some shout outs shortly, but
Okay,
21942.
21942. That's Benjamin Lima, Coral Reef Yacht Club.
Nice work, Benjamin.
21942, Benjamin Lima, Coral Reef Yacht Club.
And we have 1689 USA.
You can take 2 to 1, 3, 2 1, take 1.
1689. 1689, that's Christopher Chu.
Well, Christopher and Benjamin have a massive lead now, so I think they're both feeling pretty good now.
Okay.
And making their way to the finish here, and we have this next pack of boats coming around. Try and get a closer view of some of their numbers. But they're again coming to this bottom mark to then take it back up to the finish.
Take 2.
Now I'm seeing 22288 and 22335. And some more as well.
22288.
88.
Two 2288. That's Aaron Cunningham.
Nice race by Aaron there. Looks like he was in third pretty safely. We just had USA 23972 come there with a nice rounding. And now we're starting to get into the real main pack of the fleet here after the first few boats are rounded.
23972. That's George Gia, Key Biscayne Yacht Club.
Nice work, George. Representing our friends across the bay. 23997, also USA.
Yeah, this is some of the best wind we've had all day, I think.
Ah, it feels great here in the boat.
It does. 23997 Oliver Mondrin.
Nice work, Oliver. Having a good race as well. And we might see now, we'll see more of the course, but again, those boats who are rounding now are going back upwind to finish off that triangle and close the loop. And they'll be finishing in the same line where they started, which is, from my perspective, looks like they're pretty close to it. So they might be finishing in a minute. But more boats, and again, even in Greenfleet, you see people from other countries. I saw Puerto Rico, and some others.
Bermuda.
I see Switzerland here as well.
Uruguay.
I think it's great. And it's also, I mean, a lot of people of this age, kids at this age, haven't met people from other countries.
Right.
Made those friends.
Like
and now you can really grow those friendships, and they're gonna be with you your whole life because the sailing world is small. The people I met in Greenfleet, I still see all the time today, and so it's really nice to meet everyone early on and just build those lifelong bonds. See USA 3452.
USA 3452. That's Reem Kim.
Nice work, Reem. Also got 9240, just rounded the mark there.
9240, that's Lauderdale Yacht Club. That's Olivia Lewis.
Nice work, Olivia. And now we have a nice shot here in the boat, and you can see that when you transition, I think she might have just seen us there.
No, I hope.
Maybe we'll get a wave, but I mean, as you I think she sees us. But as you transition from rounding that mark, there's a lot of adjustments to make in the boat, and you got to stay on top of that with yourself. But looks like she did a nice job here. This is USA 17456.
17456. Is that one? Okay.
We got Bridgie Crowley. So nice view there of her. I think she did a nice job in that rounding. And these are the first boats here crossing the finish line. So we had 21942 who finished first.
That was Benjamin Lima.
And then the second place boat was 16898. And remember, those guys were both pretty punched out around that bottom mark.
16898. Is that 16898?
Or
Victoria?
Might have been 1689. So
1689. Christopher Chu.
Probably the same sail, then they just took off that last number to have two separate sails.
Okay, that's what happened. All right, congratulations.
There's close up of Christopher here. Seems like he had a nice race. Betty's happy. Betty's feeling good. Still working the boat even after the race is finished.
See if we can come over here and have a chat with us. I don't know if we're close enough to the finish line.
We'll see.
We'll see if we can grab him for a little interview. We will.
Some nice shots here of the fleet here. You can see all the coaches ready to go. Get their sailors the food they need, the water they need, any information on the course. Because you know they're really an important resource for these kids out here.
Of course.
And a big thank you, of course, to the race committee and this fleet. You can see them there on their committee boat, and they're doing a great job getting races off.
And all the volunteers who.
All the volunteers, all the race committee, all the umpires, all the competitors, the parents. It's really a group effort.
Amazing group effort.
But it comes together well.
All right, we're going to see if we can interview one of the kids as they cross the finish line there.
Otherwise, we'll keep looking at some of these finishes here.
Looking good. It's going to be madness if we try to get them over here.
It will be.
Not. Yeah. Okay. All right.
But it's still really, I mean, it's really great to see the Green Fleeters out here. They really are the heart of the sport.
This is
and
where it begins,
it's where
and
it
hopefully you
begins.
stick with it.
Yeah, and if you're a parent watching at Greenfleet and you're wondering about what next steps should be, I think look to Red, White, and Blue. Maybe look to leveling up, but I really encourage you to keep your kid in the sport because it's really going to be an experience that, or it's going to give them experience throughout their whole life that they can look back on and really grow off of, and really be a really formative part of their lives. And I'm again eternally grateful for my parents for making me stick with sailing, because there were times where I doubted myself whether going to the drop out, and I'm glad I didn't, because it's really a great part of my life that I'm proud to have done.
And we're
watching the last bit of the fleet here, and it looks like they're coming across the line here. Unclear whether Greenfleet might have one more race or whether they're done for the day, but either way, we'll have some more content for you. But here they're all finishing.
There we go, coming across the finish line. Beautiful day.
It really has been. It really has worked out nicely.
I got from a parent, go Nathaniel. Go Nathaniel.
Go Nathaniel.
Thank you.
We're rooting for you.
Thank you. That's Jay Pryor says, go Nathaniel. Then Christine Coppola. Thank you for this amazing live stream. You're welcome, Christine. We're happy to be here.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Oh, there goes our list. Flying across the boat. Okay. And we have we were able to speak with some of the coaches earlier, and one of the coaches was Coach Michael, who everybody knows and loves. He's Mr. Enthusiasm, Mr. Live by the rules of the virtues and be happy, and he's the one who really gets kids so excited about this sport. Our very own Jackson here started out with Coach Michael, and so we did have a chance to speak with him and a couple of the other coaches. Here's what they had to say.
So I'm here with
Maru Urban.
Maru, where are you from?
I'm from Brazil original, but I'm here in the United States for 8 years now.
So we just talked to your son Matias, but I'm curious from your perspective, what's the biggest change of going from Brazil to San Diego to Miami to now in Wisconsin? What's that been like?
The weather.
The weather?
I'm on the ice now.
Yeah?
It's like minus 20 and the lake is frozen and people are sailing ice boats. That's the coolest thing.
Do you prefer the cold weather or the warm weather?
The warm weather. Yeah. I love the beach and the ocean, but it's fine. I'm handling really well, and the ice boats are something really good.
So you've coached now for a few Orange Bowls, but you keep coming back. What keeps bringing you back to Orange Bowl for Christmas?
Well, this is my first Orange Bowl in Optis, so I'm helping Lysot, and the reason I moved a little back to Optis is because I want to help my son. So it's an interesting perspective now doing this different. I see Orange Bowl for like the past 6 years in lasers, and we did amazing, including you, right? You were second in one Orange Bowl. So yeah, it's just, I love Orange Bowl. You know, it's the time that everybody's here testing equipment, testing the limits, and we are working hard because Matias is going to Brazilian Nationals in Brazil, January 3rd. So this is his main practice for the Nationals.
That's really exciting. I'm curious, what's it like having, your son as one of your competitors? How's that made you a better coach, a better parent? What's that experience been like?
Yeah, that has been a really challenge for both of us. We are working a lot to get together on this. It's not easy. So the recommendation is I do not coach him. So he's with Coconut Grove Sailing Club. Koki does a great job up there, and I handle him to Koki. But I'm looking from far, and then when we get back home, we talk a little bit. I give him some advice. Sometimes in Wisconsin, I coach him most of the time there, and I'm coaching him for Brazilian National. So we are trying to straighten this relationship that is really hard. It's hard to listen to dads. You don't listen to your dad, you listen more to me, and he's the same. It's just the relationship the way it is.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Maru. Best of luck, and hopefully you enjoy the warm weather because you're going back to Wisconsin pretty soon.
Thank you. Have a good regatta.
So, Coach Michael, how many Orange Bowls have you done so far?
This is my 15 or 16, I think. I have the honor to be here. This will be started in 2007. So I just another one. and we are here just to serve the kids once again. It's not what we can get from them, or it's how we can make them better, building that confidence and leave an impact in these kids. Any kids that we can get a little bit of the fruits of what we have so much, it's for them. Whenever they leave, you go, wow, I did another Orange Bowl. Like you did. You're Look at you. I'm very proud that you continue coming, and you could choose do something better. After college, you worked very hard, and now look where you are now.
Well, you know, I'll say I've said with a lot of coaches, and you are easily the most inspiring one. And you always have kind words and words of wisdom. Where do you get it from? What's inspired you to inspire other people?
I think it's called necessity. And I discovered that as a human being, when you can, I love to read. And I read many years ago, an important message is, I'm just gonna go and put it this way, very simple. If you plant a seed, any seed, apples, pineapples, rice, anything, what do you harvest? You're gonna harvest what you plant. So, and I believe that if you can, as a coach, as any human being, anything you do, once you plant that seed, that is what you're gonna harvest. And that's as always trying to do with these kids. And you're part of one of those there too. If I help one kid to believe that they can achieve anything in their life, I think we plant that seed of good, and then we will harvest the fruits. Like, you're one of them too. We can walk around, yes, we can walk around and we can see hundreds of thousands of kids that we have planting that seed, but I cannot take all the honor. For me, the honor goes to your parents, but to God. He was the one who gave me that opportunity.
Well, I mean, I can totally vouch for all of that. I think it's really made an impact on my life. And I'll tell anyone watching, if you're a parent whose kid maybe is not sailing yet and they don't know where to start, this is where you need to start, right here. This is the place. So,
well, I take the honor, but also the institution, the club support, mom and dad support. You have to be grateful. Anything you do, you need to be grateful. And always go back, like you do in Jackson and many of the kids who are going through our program here, going back to the foundation, which is, that's the key of the values that you guys have. But we got 5 core values again, like I told you, is respect, integrity, kindness, perseverance, peace, and love. If you can practice all this, you can change the world for the good and better every day. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Michael. Best of luck for the regatta. And
you're welcome.
Good seeing you around. We'll see you around more.
I love you, man. Let's go.
So I'm here with Coach Omari from Corey Yacht Club. Omari, tell us a bit about yourself, where you're from, how many Orange Bowls you've done so far.
Yeah, so I'm from Antigua and Barbuda, small island in the Caribbean. I've been at Coral Reef now, I think going on 12 years. So I've been here for a long time. So yeah, you could do the math there, but I've done quite a bit of Orange Bowls as the coach here, but also before then I was coaching other countries as well. So I've done quite a bit of Orange Bowls coming up, yeah.
What would you say is your best Orange Bowl memory?
Wow, that's a hard question. I mean, I'm very driven about the kids that are here are very competitive, and it's their home club. So usually when we have successful years in Orange Bowl is always very good for me because I get to celebrate because it's good for them, but it's also good for me as well. So one specific moment I can't remember, but we have had some good years in Orange Bowl, which includes you sometimes because you were part of that team for a long time. So definitely had some great memories and really good results as a team. So we're always happy when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, and we're here in beautiful Miami as well. How do you think that sailing in Miami stacks up against other places in the world?
I mean, it'll be very hard to get me out of this place, I'll tell you that. I really love it here. It just reminds me of a larger Caribbean island, right? Like just a Caribbean island on a larger scale. I hate the cold, so this works out perfectly, and it gives us an advantage because we're able to train all year round. We really don't have a real winter, hence the reason why we're here now in December, and it's nice and sunny and probably 80 degrees. So it is for me one of the best places in the world just because you'll be able to do that. It's also really good for training because it's the bay that we sail in is really shallow. So when you're doing your drills and training, it's easy to train because you're able to move marks around very quickly. So for me, it's probably the best place in the world just because of that. And then the weather and the environment just adds to it.
Totally. Well, I'll say that I've sailed with a lot of coaches in my life, and Mari stacks up as one of the top few, so it's always great to see you around here.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah,
As
man.
always,
Of course.
good to see you, man. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
TUUCI Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta 2025. That is going to be a wrap for us.
It will be. It's been a long 2 days, but an eventful one, and we're glad everyone tuned in. Hope you all enjoyed it, and really glad to have been here.
The best crew ever, Jackson McAlilly. We got Felipe here, right here, our amazing drone director, producer, executive producer. Look at this guy, Christian Fox. Are you kidding me? The best captain ever. Anthony, he's flying the drone you're watching right now. And Jonathan, give us a wave. What's up, Jonathan? Okay, you guys, thanks so much. We've had the best time ever. Your kids are great. The volunteers are great. The whole event has been phenomenal, especially Jackson here, our expert. Thank you so much, and we hope to see him and you next year. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you, everyone.